Hello, everybody, and welcome to Bread Theory. Oh, cool. I just started using Stream Elements, and I see that they will announce in the chat that I'm live. That's really cool. So, yeah, anyway, tonight we're going to be talking about worker-owned and managed cooperatives. There was a really great video out just yesterday, I believe, by Unlearning Economics. Really great YouTube channel, and they go through pretty thoroughly what it means to be in a cooperative, why it's a good thing, uh, and just the whole idea of having more workplace democracy, really. Um, and so I think it'd be a really good thing to go through together in case people have any questions about it or have their own uh, insights to add to it. So that's what we'll be covering tonight. And as always, this is an educational space. This is a place for learning. So, don't hesitate to ask any questions that you may have. Even if you're new to leftism in general, you're new to worker-place cooperatives, any of the concepts, that's totally fine. Let me just adjust my camera here. Uh, always enjoy having more people in chat because it just makes the entire process more robust, and it helps everybody learn. Because even people that have been doing this a long time, there's always things they can miss. There's always concepts they can be rusty on or forget about. Uh, so it's good for everybody. So yeah, don't hesitate to ask your questions. Yeah, as I just mentioned a little bit ago, I'm starting to get into Stream Elements with the goal of one day using it to there's a way that you can use Restream and have Elements be it's this complicated process. So Stream Elements goes and you make overlays that you put into live OBS. So you're using OBS Studios with an add-on of live OBS, which you then use to stream to Restream, which then puts everything out to all the different places that I stream at once. That's the end goal, but I'm just getting into Stream Elements. I like it a lot so far, especially since you can do things like the emote wall and the notifications and all that sort of thing. And I do have it open now too. So even though I'm not streaming using it, I should still hear any sort of notifications that come up on Twitch. Because that's one thing that I do miss since going over to Restream from just using OBS Studio. And that's the interactivity that you get with the emotes playing across the screen and the notifications, all the little bells and whistles and stuff that make it fun. And so eventually the goal is to combine everything all together so that I can be streaming to multiple platforms at once. Because as far as I can tell, that's one thing that Stream Elements cannot do as of right now. I could be wrong on that. I hope I'm wrong on that because that would be even easier because it's a free service rather than Restream, which costs money. But anyway, it would be, yeah, so it would be ideal if I could do that to all the different platforms. But if I still have to keep using Restream for that function, I think it's definitely worth it because it cuts down my work that I have to do. I used to spend hours every week editing videos. Now everything just goes live and gets stored on the 4 different platforms that I stream to, and it's just a lot easier for me than having to go back and edit every little thing. Makes things a little bit more raw, but I'm definitely fine with that trade-off. At least right now. Well, I'm the only one involved in this operation. Maybe someday, if I can afford to hire on help to do editing and to do promotions and even producing, do the production end of it, that would be really cool. But you need more than just a handful of subscribers for that. Another thing with the Stream Elements is I now have a tip jar that you can donate directly to me. Let me just copy that right here and put that into the chat. So if you don't want to go through Twitch or YouTube or whatever big company, I'm guessing that Stream Elements still takes a cut of whatever you donate. I don't know how that works. But better a company that at least is supporting open broadcast, like an open source broadcasting service, like Stream Elements than any of the Twitch, YouTube, Facebook mega companies that don't need any more of your money. So if you want to donate directly, oh, can't post messages into some channels. Which ones can I not? No. Oh, my personal profile or Facebook groups. Well, I don't have that anyway. That doesn't affect me. This should be okay. So there you go. If you'd like to just give me a direct donation, it's just a one-time thing. That's the way to do it. Otherwise, the best way to support me is of course to subscribe and to gift subs to your friends and family. If you're liking the content that you're seeing and you want to help spread this sort of conversation to more people, and then you can also donate directly on Twitch with the bits. You know, you pay for the Twitch currency, which is bits, and you can use that to donate directly to me as a one-time thing. But yeah, any way you'd like to support me is always welcome. And if you don't have the ability to support me, the best thing you can do is help share this wherever you're finding it. You know, it doesn't matter what platform you're on. I'm guessing that you also have, you know, a Facebook or an Instagram or a Twitter or someplace that you can share this information out, help more people find it. So that's always free. You can also subscribe on YouTube if you haven't done so already. That helps, you know, boost my, I don't know what you call them, my standing in the algorithm anyway. So yeah, that would be much appreciated as well. Oh, let me make sure that I haven't screwed up my microphone settings again, because that has been a problem in the past. Yep, doing this microphone. There's a period there for like, you know, 2 or 3 streams where I had accidentally somehow made the source for the audio the camera, and that microphone sucks. So I apologize for the audio not being great, but I think I should have fixed it by now. So you should be hearing a lot more crisp sound. Let's go ahead and bring this on. Now, why is it not coming up? Oh, because I'm in maximize. There we go. So here's the video we're going to be looking at tonight. Let me just full screen it for you. So this is Worker Democracy, and it is by Unlearning Economics. I'll send you a link right now. Put that link in the chat to the video, so you can check it out at your own time if you don't have time right now. So all right. So that's one we're going to be using. And you know what? I'll give you a link just directly to the channel as well, because it's a great channel, Unlearning Economics. Really good one. It's I like the way they cover things. It's very thorough, but you're not ever feeling overwhelmed with information. They do it in a really nice way. So here's Unlearning Economics. There we go. You know what? Question for the chat there too. There's other places I can stream to, but I don't know as many of them as well. I mean, I do know LinkedIn, but I don't know if there's much purpose of streaming to LinkedIn. I don't know if people are going to be interested in that there. I suppose it doesn't really harm anything. I think my computer can handle it now. So maybe I'll add LinkedIn next time for the stream, but there's a bunch of other ones too that are available through Restream. So if there's any other one that you like and you'd like to see my stuff on, let me know, and I will try to add it, as long as it's something that you can stream to through Restream. Yeah, I think that'll do it for all the housekeeping stuff and pre-video stuff. Let's get into the video, and as always, I'll be pausing to add my own commentary. If you have anything that you want to add to, feel free. And if any of the regular guests or regular community members would like to come on stream, that's always an option too. It's pretty easy with Restream. That is one of the main things that I like about it. It's really easy to set up, you know, just patch people in with their audio and video. and get a lot of people being able to watch videos together and also talk with one another on screen. So if you're interested in that, let me know. And then also, oh, okay, one more thing I should mention is the Discord. Let's link that Discord again. This stream in particular is about worker democracy. So it's about having more democracy, more control in the workplace over the things that happen. Workplace conditions, compensation, being able to vote for who the leaders are of the organization as workers, all of these sorts of things. That's what we're going to be covering tonight. Yeah, but anyway, if you'd like to, if you'd like to keep the conversation going, if you have any links you'd like to share, the Discord is the place to do that. So I will link that Discord right now in Twitch. Oh, I see Stream Elements is doing that too. I'll have to shut down one or the other of those bots. That's too much. Interesting. I wonder why they both do it. Maybe I'll have to play around with that because I don't want to be spamming stuff. So anyway, let's get into the video tonight. And again, it's by Unlearning Economics, and it's called Worker Democracy.
Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to talk to you about worker democracy, which is one of the more popular economic ideas to come out of the left over the past couple of decades. One of the most common criticisms of our existing economic system is that people have to work in jobs under authoritarian conditions in order to access resources and social standing. Modern workplaces are internally hierarchical, so people work for bosses and managers who are not directly accountable to them.
Well, that's cool, Gringo Guapo. Yeah, I love Unlearning Economics. I haven't watched a whole lot of their stuff, but everything I've seen has just been amazing. So you say you're a former socialist turned kind of maybe sock dem. Yeah, it can be difficult to delineate that, and that's not necessarily the most important thing. Is to figure out what label you fit is more what sort of outcomes you want to see in the world, and how you view the world at base. Do you view people as inherently, about equal distribution of talents and abilities and aspirations across, cultures and race and socioeconomic background, or do you think that there's something that is inherent to people, some sort of inherent hierarchy? Those are the main splits that are really important in determining what it is you believe and what side you fall down on. But that's cool. I'm not too big on saying, oh, you have to have three different caveats of what you believe in exactly. Like I am an anarcho-communist with such and such characteristics. When it gets down to that fine grain, it doesn't really make that much a difference anyway. Socialists online are just too ideologically motivated. I can see that, Gringo Guapo. That definitely is something that you run into from time to time. People get their particular purity test, and then they just won't accept anything that doesn't match that, and so they just discount everything else. That's not helpful in my opinion. I think you need to, the world is a much bigger place than that, and if we need to convince a bunch of people to agree to something in order for change to happen, then we can't be so particular as to say, unless you fit this category or the other, then you can't be part of our movement. And that's not to say there are some, big bright lines that you can't cross. Like, I'm not going to work with Nazis or any sort of right wing reactionary. But other than that, as long as you're open minded and willing to at least listen to me and learn, and you don't think that people are, one group of people is inherently better than another, I think there's some there's enough common ground that we can work together at least on some issues. So anyway, let's continue.
The degree of monitoring and control exerted by bosses in the workplace would not be considered acceptable if done by government.
Homer's pink shirt day.
These usually entail tedious, repetitive work which can take its toll on our bodies and minds. At-will employment means employees do not have a direct say in hiring and firing decisions, despite the huge impact these things have on their lives.
The doors are locked. JLB Credit UK is no longer existent. Thank you, and good night, England.
Managers and owners may make decisions regarding pay which favor themselves rather than workers, or
And
even the organization as a whole.
and I mean that why wouldn't they? They control all the levers of power. They get to decide what to do with all the profits. So of course they're gonna look for reasons for them to, be worth more than your average worker who's working beneath them. Because after all, and they'll come up with all sorts of excuses. I took the risk. I put together the capital formation to get the business off the ground. If it wasn't for my ideas, none of you would have jobs. All these sorts of things. So they come up with all sorts of excuses. But basically, what it ends up coming down to is they pay themselves more because they can, and because no one can really stop them. Your only option in this sort of a scenario, which is your average workplace under capitalism, is to say I demand more or else I'll quit, and then if they say no, that's it. You quit, I suppose, or you just take whatever they'll give you. So it doesn't give the average worker a lot of freedom. You're basically your only true freedom that you can exercise is the freedom to choose your master. So that doesn't really seem like any freedom that's all that lofty of an ideal to me. I think we can probably do a little bit better, at least, by just injecting more democracy and more choice into the workplace, and we'll see why that makes a difference. Yeah, I mean, my job too. I do package delivery during the winter season. I do landscaping during, I do snow removal with landscaping as well, but I also do landscaping during the summer. And in both cases, it's not my business. I didn't create the business. I don't make those decisions. I basically am free to choose to agree to whatever the employer says in terms of compensation and conditions and scheduling and all that stuff, or go elsewhere. Those are my only real choices. Oil and gas manufacturing. Interesting. Yeah. Blame for so much. I'm sure. I'm sure. Anytime something goes wrong, always easiest to blame it on the inspector rather than actually look at what happened.
Giving workers democratic control of workplaces is one common sense solution to these imbalances of power and wealth. If the workplace is governed tyrannically, then why not undo the tyranny directly so workers can collectively make decisions about how a firm is run? This could help to ameliorate these issues by making bosses elected and accountable to the workers.
Yeah. So that's the question. Why do we, fight for democracy when it comes to our politics? The democracy is seen as something sacred and precious, and we have to hold on to it at all costs. We don't accept a political system where, it's explicit that only a certain number of people get to make the rules. We don't live under monarchies for the most part that actually have any say in the way that laws get laid down. And there's a question that always gets brought up. What's to stop you from running a business like this? There's nothing necessarily stopping me. I mean, financial reasons for myself personally. I probably couldn't just go to a bank and get out a big enough loan to start an entire business like this myself. But that's not really what's at issue about whether or not you can do that yourself. But it's more so, why should we even allow structural imbalances of power, such as the average workplace, to be the rule of the day, be the average? Because I could start that, and that would be good for myself and maybe a handful of other worker owners that we would work together as a collective group to, manage a business together. But that doesn't help the average person. The average person definitely couldn't do something like this. The average person cannot even weather, at least in the US, the average family, even, not even just the individual, but the average family cannot weather an unexpected, I think it was like $800 expense that comes up out of the blue. So to say that they somehow have the ability to then go down and start an entire cooperative themselves, when for one thing that's not the norm, it's hard to even know how to form such an institution, and its bylaw, put together all its bylaws to make things democratic and fair, so that no one can game the system for their own benefit. Also, not everyone is well suited to start their own company, but that shouldn't mean that they shouldn't also be able to have more freedom and democracy in their average everyday lives, does it? I mean, not everyone is cut out to be an entrepreneur, but that's not what a workplace democracy typically shapes up as. It's not everyone makes every decision together. It's the big decisions are made together. Things that anyone has a say in and a vested interest in. What is the compensation? Who are the managers? How are they elected? These sorts of things. These are things that we can do together, whether or not we are, entrepreneurial minded. That's a difficult word to say. So it's like you need something called capital to risk. So here we go. Here getting right into the myths already. You need capital to risk, as though it is the same sort of risk. If a business goes under, there's tons of protections for you if you have taken out a loan uh, and put it towards a business. There's a lot of protections. You can go into bankruptcy, have your loans forgiven, and really the worst that can happen to you is you end up having to be a worker again. So much for risk. But even if we are to accept that taking out money to start a business is a risk, at what point are you adequately compensated for that risk? Is it a year into the business when things are starting to stabilize? Is it once things are once your business reports a profit? How much profit before that risk has been duly compensated for? Ever? Are you just allowed to pass that business down generation after generation, let's say, and everyone who owns that business gets that same benefit from that one risk you took that one time? To me, that just doesn't make any sense. At some point, even if we're going to say this is some outsized risk that this one person is taking to form a business, at some point you've been compensated justly. You've made your money back and then some. And at the very least, at that point, you should start having to give up some control over the operations of it. Because it's not as though you're risking forever, but because you took out a loan one time. Um, oh, hello, Strin. Good to see you again. So you say, continuing on, you say, I mean, this seems to be a large risk to the person with the capital, and taking this large risk, should they not receive the lion's share of the rewards? Well, yeah. Okay. So I guess I pretty much answered that as well. At what point have they been compensated for that risk? At some point, McDonald's started. Let's use them as an example. They're a few decades old company. They started in the 50s. At some point, someone took a risk to start that business. Let's grant you that. Even though, again, had the original McDonald's not worked out, they could have just filed for bankruptcy and more or less walked away from it. So much for a risk. It's really the public that's taking the risk, because at some point it always comes back to the public. But let's set that aside. At some point, even in your conception of things, Mr. McDonald took a risk and started his little hamburger joint, and eventually that was profitable, right? It didn't go under. We know that from our hindsight. At what point are they adequately compensated for that risk? If they took out a $20,000 loan, let's just put that number out there. Is it when they get $40,000 back in profit? $100,000? $1,000,000? When does it end? Is it okay that still the McDonald's workers have virtually no say in their day-to-day operations of their working conditions, or their compensation, or their benefits, or their time off, or any of this stuff? How is that okay that decades later, that one person and whoever they sold the business to, whoever the owner of the day is, gets to keep reaping the benefit just indefinitely to whatever degree they see fit themselves for that one risk? Yeah, it is like I'm thinking workers are being exploited, because they are. That's how you make a profit as a business person. It wouldn't make sense to hire someone if you were compensating them at the same rate that they are bringing revenue into your country. or into your company, excuse me, right? So if they're bringing in, 20,000, or let's just say, let's pick a higher number. Let's say your average worker in your company is bringing in $100,000 worth of revenue to your company, and when you compensate them uh, for all the the insurance and all the things that it costs to have an employee, what's left over, let's say, is $70,000. Well, if you give that to them entirely as the profit, you have nothing left to take for yourself as the owner, right? You always have to be giving your employees less than they are bringing into the company. Otherwise, as just a plain old owner, it would make no sense to hire anybody except for, I need extra help to run my baseline business. But then you're not expanding out to like franchises and stuff, because then all the money that is being generated by those businesses would be going right back out as compensation for those employees, right? So by necessity, that means that you are taking more than you are putting in. You're taking more than is being gotten back by the people that are putting that money into your company, are bringing that money into your company through whatever work that they're doing. That to me sounds inherently exploitative. Yeah, and that's a good question, Strain. At what point do you no longer exploit the poorest to be able to accumulate mass amounts of capital? Good question. Okay, so you say, lame name here. I agree with you. As a business owner myself, I exploit workers for my own gain. Sure. Yeah, I'm glad you at least admit that much. A lot of employers don't. But I have a conscience too. Wonderful. And my conscience will not allow me to exploit minorities and people of color. So I choose, oh boy, am I going to have to ban you already? So you choose not to hire them, as that would just compound their societal ills. Lefty logic is fun. Is that what's being promoted here? Did I say no one should be hired? Like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I should just ban you just for wasting my time. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that. But so what do we do instead? Instead of just not hiring people because it would exploit them, what do we do? Well, here's one thing that we're talking about right now. We, instead of having everyone either being an employer or being an owner or an employee, how about everyone involved in the enterprise is both worker and owner? That way, all these profits that always go to the owners are being distributed as all of the owners see fit, right? And that's not to say that everyone is necessarily going to make exactly the same salary at an enterprise that's cooperatively owned. But at least you'll be able to vote on what that is. You'll get an equal vote as a member. Every one member has one vote. Every one worker owner gets an equal say in the way that compensation is distributed. And you could say, we really like this manager. They're doing a wonderful job. Or this position requires a lot of extra time and effort. Or it's very specialized, or whatever you say. Let's compensate them more. But they'll get to vote on that and what that compensation level is. Yeah, you're not showing any hypocrisy, though. You're just playing dumb games. You're only able to imagine the current system, apparently. You're not able to imagine anything outside of it. So at this point, I'm going to need you to at least stop talking for a while, and we'll listen to more of the video. And maybe after some of those questions that you're asking and thinking you're playing your gotcha games on are answered, you'll actually have something meaningful to input to the discussion. But, here we go. Let's keep on in the video for a little bit here, folks.
Presumably, if workers have more of a say in how things are done, they will tend not to choose workplace policies which endanger their health, happiness, or livelihoods.
They have a vested interest in keeping themselves safe and happy.
Why not worker democracy is that while it's a nice idea, it just doesn't work out in practice. And that's what we're going to explore in this video. Can worker-owned firms run as well as conventional firms? Do they actually produce benefits for workers and for society? Are there examples of policies and approaches which can expand the practice effectively? We'll investigate these questions systematically, looking at the ideas and theories behind worker democracy, what it really looks like in practice, and the evidence on its benefits and drawbacks. I've had enough of critiquing people, to be honest, so let's get some positive leftist ideas going. This video is also going to feature some great animations from Grim Freeberg, who kindly agreed to help. Hopefully they'll aid in explaining a tricky topic and make the videos more visually interesting than usual. We'll start with a little bit more on what exactly worker democracy means. At its core, worker democracy is a simple idea. Our dominant model of capitalism sees firms separating ownership, control, and workers. Investors who have put money into a firm own it, so they are able to decide who runs it and is therefore in charge of the workers. There are variations of this basic rule. In some cases, the majority owner will still be the founding entrepreneur or their family, and they may also run the firm.
So this will be something like a family-owned business. Say like just a mom and pop shop pizzeria. That's one thing that actually does still exist in fair amount in the US. So not only are they the owner, but they also manage and they work full time. Okay, so that's just the structure that he's laying out right now. So that would be the first one.
But often there will be several layers of hierarchy between the owners and the workers. Instead of hiring a manager directly, investors elect a board who in turn hire the manager. In one way or another, worker democracy collapses these distinctions between ownership, control, and workers. Workers own the firm and have some say in how it's run, directly making decisions, electing bosses, or some combination of the two. The idea dates back at least as far as the 18th century, but has become more popular in recent years. Although putting workers in charge is simple in theory, in practice there are quite a few ways an organization can be worker-owned and run. You can think of worker democracy as an umbrella term which encompasses a few similar but distinct forms of organization. So-called worker cooperatives are the clearest realization of the principle of worker democracy, since they operate on a one-member, one-vote principle for the workers. But even this is an umbrella term, since levels of ownership and control can still vary within worker co-ops. Some are 100% worker-owned, while others have majority worker representation, but still have traditional shareholders. As we'll see, worker co-ops also vary in the rights their members have over the profits and decisions of the company, with different countries settling on different rules. Distinct from worker co-ops, there are also businesses where workers own shares and therefore part of the company. Giving workers shares and allowing them to participate in the running of the organization can become another form of worker democracy. However, in some cases, share ownership does not entail decision-making power.
And that's because in these cases, well, you still may get, a stock dividend every year. You still may be able to attend shareholder meetings. If you don't own the majority of the company, you don't have the controlling interest. So basically anything that comes to the floor for a vote with the stockholders meeting can be voted down by whoever is majority shareholder, which tends to be the owner at this point. So it's still better than what most companies have. It would be like working for McDonald's, but you also get some McDonald's stock just for being an employee. So you'd get some more benefit financially from it, but it's not at the point where you actually have any more say, really, when it comes down to it, in the working of your company.
And shares may even be out of reach of the workers, which is just ownership rather than democracy. Finally, workers in large corporations are sometimes allowed to elect representatives to the board. This may entail less direct input from workers, but still grants them a say in the running of the organization through elections. So we'll count it as a form of worker democracy too. Because of these distinctions,
Yes, it's a very basic level of worker democracy, because democracy at its core is about who gets to make decision. So at least if you have some representation in the decision-making part of the business, which would be the board of the directors in this case, that is more workplace democracy. But again, we can do a whole lot better. And the benefits of that he will be getting to pretty soon.
Too simplistic just to say worker democracy works or doesn't work. There are different forms and they produce different outcomes depending on the context. It's a complicated topic, but in this video we'll spend plenty of time teasing out these distinctions. I'm going to look at a variety of studies which touch on all types of worker democracy that we've mentioned. But first, let's take a look at the general picture. A preliminary assessment of the literature illustrates a number of benefits of worker democracy when compared to conventional capitalist enterprises. Less inequality within firms. Workers are less likely to leave voluntarily. Workers are less likely to leave involuntarily. Workers put in more effort. Workers report increased trust levels. Lower rates of business failure or higher rates of survival.
So now with each one of these, I think there's a common thread that we can see. Less inequality within firms. Of course, everyone has had a jerk boss at some point in their life. One of the reasons that those people get to stay in their positions is because the workers have no say over it. If they did have a say, that boss has a good, vested interest in stopping being a dick to everybody, really, because they could be voted into a lower position or out of the company entirely if they are seen as that toxic. Workers are less likely to leave voluntarily. Okay, if you have a situation where you have more control over your day-to-day life, then yeah, why would you want to leave that sort of thing? You're going to have, just one to one. Let's go back to McDonald's again. If you have a McDonald's where that franchise is completely top down, the guy who owns the franchise calls all the shots, sets all the schedules, uh, decides compensation for everybody, and all that sort of thing, versus one where you have the same thing, but every one of those employees uh, has a say in who the managers are, where the profits go, uh, what the scheduling has to be fair. Um, yeah, why would you want to leave that situation? You're still doing the same work. It still may be, grueling customer service work that's often very thankless. Um, but because you have more of a say in your world, at least you have that. Um, so there's obviously going to be less reason for you to uh, want to leave that. Now, also put in more effort. Again, let's stick with McDonald's. If you work really hard and you clear that drive-through in half the time that you're allotted, everyone's happy, everyone's orders are right. You're busting your ass to make sure that you're delivering the highest level of service you possibly can. You don't see another nickel from that. You maybe will impress the boss and you get to be a manager, but everyone can't be a manager for one thing. So if everyone is acting this way, only one person's going to end up getting picked. And then if that one person gets picked at the expense of everyone else, they may end up being resentful and to be like, well, look at this. Working harder didn't get me ahead either way. I just ended up more tired at the end of my shift. Now, instead, if you at least have a say in how profits are distributed, you have a real big reason to uh, do whatever you can to make sure your business succeeds. You're going to tell people voluntarily, oh, hey, yeah, I work at this cooperative McDonald's over there, and you should check it out because it's a really great place. We put a high premium on customer service, all this stuff. You're more likely to fill in if a coworker can't make their shift because it materially benefits you. It's not just that you make your same wage, but it's that your company does better because the work is being done. People are your coworkers are being more happy. They're more likely to stay too. It's that thing that so many food service managers try to do, like say that we're all one big happy family here. Well, when you actually have a say in these sorts of things, you are actually more like one big happy family. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. The workers put in more effort, and we skipped over workers are less likely to leave involuntarily. Same sort of thing. You have a vested interest in your company now succeeding beyond just earning a paycheck. Because, I worked at one time for the lowest performing Panera Bread in the entire Twin Cities Metro. It was not through my efforts. I worked hard every day, but the general manager of the store sucked at everything but hiring. He managed to hire good people. That was his one skill. But other than that, he just wasn't very good at his job. And consequently, we were the lowest performing. But we never went under. That business is still there. So, I could have doubled my efforts and it wouldn't have made a difference as long as we're not so low performing that we get on the chopping block and they downsize our franchise, it didn't matter. But again, if you have that buy-in through actually having some direct control, that equation changes, you know. And it's again, if the business is doing better and I'm doing better because of that, I have a really good reason to not want to screw up. Okay. And if in that sort of situation, if people are not pulling their weight, well, that has material consequences for everybody else as well. It works in both directions. If someone is trying to skate by on everyone else's labor, that's dragging everybody down in a real way. It's not just we're going to look bad and our shift managers can be mad at us and that one person might end up getting fired. They're doing bad. It makes our entire business look bad. We're all going to get compensated less. We're not going to have as much of a guarantee of continuing to have jobs at all. So workers report increased trust levels. Again, when you actually have a say, that you have to develop that trust. In a top-down system, trust basically only has to flow one way. Your manager can screw you over on shifts and compensation, and there's not a whole lot of recourse you have, short of them breaking the law. And even then, as an average worker, you really don't have a lot of recourse because most people can't afford to hire a lawyer to fight over them not being compensated for that couple hours of overtime that they were shorted, that one check, right? Basically, your employees don't have to trust you at all, and as long as the conditions are more or less similar to other companies that give out the same amount of wage, then your employees don't even have a choice to they don't even have a recourse to go really anywhere else because it's going to just be more of the same. When there actually is accountability because you can replace your manager or you can entirely eject any people that are at any level of the company if they're just not performing well and enough people vote to have that happen, then there's a big interest, there's a huge incentive for them to build up trust with you. So again, not surprised that there's workers report increased trust levels. Lower rates of business failures. Again, you have skin in the game. All the capitalists are so tied up in the idea of having skin in the game. When the average worker, other than being able to collect a paycheck, they don't even have a way to put more skin in the game. They don't have a way to even put more of their own resources and talents towards the betterment of the entire company because, I mean, for if they do, they don't really get anything back for it. But also, they just are more or less stuck at whatever position they're at unless someone higher up says, okay, you can move up. So there's not a lot of avenues to even have more skin in the game unless you form things as a worker owned and operated cooperative. So that all contributes to higher rates of business survival. And that most businesses fail, over 50% of businesses fail within the first, I think it's 2 years. That number is considerably less, noticeably less in the case of worker-owned cooperatives. Because even though you all have enthusiasm uh, and you think you have a great idea and you all have this vested interest in things succeeding, sometimes you read the market wrong and there just really wasn't enough of a demand for the thing that you're selling. Or things change in the economy and suddenly no one can afford your service or your product, or not enough people can to keep you going. There's unforeseen things that can make any business fail. But this at least lowers the likelihood. It's not as likely to be because of bad management, for example. And that can bring businesses down. Bad management does that all the time. So Strin says it took hundreds of years to get to where we are now with worker rights, and things like Proposition 22 undoes all of it. I'm not familiar with Proposition 22, so you have to clue me into what that's about. But there's been a concerted effort since the 1980s in Reaganomics, and in the UK it was Thatcherism, to roll back all of the workplace rights and protections and unionization that kept people in the middle class. And it's all been for the sake of basically vacuuming up as much money to the upper class as possible. Because that's one more way you can make money is to squeeze your workers. That's what Uber's doing now. I was an Uber and Lyft driver for a long time. I did it 3.5, 4 years. I was good at the job. I was rated one of the top 10 drivers in the metro area for 1 year. And I loved the job actually too. But because I was using my own car and putting so much wear and tear on it and having to do my own gas and like all these expenses, I ended up taking home an average of like, $12 an hour. It was not really great. And that there were some big nights of the year like New Year's Eve and Halloween night and stuff like that. But other than that, things just averaged out to pretty low compensation. And when you're putting 50,000 miles on your car a year, at some point it's more like you're just taking a loan out from yourself from the future value or from the you're declining the value of your car and taking that value for yourself. And thankfully I left when I did because after I did, they restructured the surge pricing so that now drivers don't even get that surge bonus. They just get the same base rate no matter what time of day it is. And they've found other ways to nickel and dime them with different expenses that they take out for trust and safety and all these justifications to take more and more out of the driver's pocket. So I don't even know how people make money doing Uber and Lyft anymore. I would think it's got to be less of a financial gain than even being a taxi cab driver at this point. So California's Prop 22 was a ballot initiative led by app-based companies such as Uber and Lyft. Hey, no surprise there. This entire scam app economy is behind this sort of thing. So all the ride-hailing and food delivery app-based workers from nearly all employee rights under state law. So it's to exclude ride-hail and food delivery app-based workers from nearly all employee rights under state law. Well, I mean, that was the whole idea behind Uber and Lyft and these other ones in the first place. It's like, what if we ran a taxi company, but we didn't follow any of the regulations? Hey, we're going to make some money in the process. And then at the same time, we'll automate dispatch, which anyone could do. That's not exactly that big of a deal. But yeah, it was that. And then on top of that, let's make all of our employees rather than employees, they will be classified as contractors, independent contractors, so that they don't have any overtime or time off or health benefits or any of that stuff. That was the entire idea. It's what if taxi but no regulations whatsoever. So I'm not surprised that they're continuing down that path. Oh, so they want them to even not have a right to minimum wage or time and a half for overtime, expenses reimbursement, and benefits. Disgusting. And I used to work long days doing that too. It would not be uncommon for me to do 10-hour shifts, and I got not a dime more for working over the normal 8-hour workday simply because I was an independent contractor. There really needs to come some big reforms to the independent contractor conception of a worker because it's completely broken, it's completely exploitative, and especially with a system such as Uber and Lyft, when the contractors can't even set their own pricing, to me that's a gross violation of that situation anyway. If you were able to set your own rates as an Uber or Lyft driver and then also be able to work whenever you felt like it, well, sure, there would be much more of a case for you to be an independent contractor, but you have to go through their entire system. You don't get to set the rates at all. You don't get to do much of anything other than decide when you work and when you don't. And while you're working, you have to pick up a certain number of people. You can't just decline until you get a good person that's close by. If you decline too many rides, your rating goes down. And if your rating goes down too much, you're kicked out of the program. You're deactivated as a driver. So much for even being able to work when you want or accept the work that you feel like accepting. I think it's a gross abuse of the independent contractor system. So weird question, says Gringo Guapo. But do you think that unionizing Uber drivers would force them to keep Uber as a primary source of income? Uh, I think it would be great if Uber and Lyft drivers would unionize. They would definitely be able to at least collectively bargain with the company, but that's a difficult thing to do. They've tried it in the past. They've tried like work slowdowns where they just they'd be like, it takes a lot of organizing. And the thing about these sorts of app-based employment programs is you don't know your coworkers. You might see another Uber or Lyft driver on the road in passing, but unless you're making a concerted effort, you never know any of your coworkers. So it's a very difficult workplace to organize. Plus, it's spread out across entire metros. At any given time, people could be in one place or another. You never really know. But they have tried in the past to get together enough people to, you know, uh, decline and decline and decline to build up that prime time or the surge pricing, whatever it is for Lyft or Uber, so that they could at least, get better compensation, or send a message that they need to be compensated better if enough drivers decline to work in a given day or something like that. But it hasn't been real successful. It's really difficult to organize. So you do 12 hours every day? Are you doing Lyft and Uber, Gringo Guapo? I mean, my hat's off to you if you do, because that's a difficult grind, especially in this environment. I can't even imagine. Um, About to put your 2 weeks in. Oh, so I guess you're not working Lyft or Uber. If you have a regular job, you have to put 2 weeks in. But yeah, that's way too much. Um, it's simple free market solutions. Supply and demand. Market determines pay and profit. If Uber doesn't pay enough, you lose employees. Then you go to DoorDash or elsewhere. Yeah, but is that to say that there should be no regulations or rights for the people that choose to partake in this sort of work? I mean, it's really you against the entire company. Each independent contractor would have to bargain, directly to get any difference in compensation or any sort of benefits or anything like that, because there's there's no other real mechanism to do it, because, like, as I said, it's just so hard to organize that vast and distributed a body of workers. Um, so sure, supply and demand factors in, but also, I mean, it's not even really supply and demand. Uber has never turned a profit. They've taken every investment and plowed it back into expanding their network with the purpose, really, of bankrupting every taxi company in the country, and then I guess around the world. I don't even know how many countries they're in at this point, so that they can just have basically monopoly without all the regulation, which is the reason that there was regulations put in the first place, was that, taxi companies were becoming too large and powerful. That's why New York City implemented the medallion system, where you have to have a medallion to be a licensed taxi cab driver. So there should be some balance of power, right? It shouldn't just be, I have all the money, so I hold all the cards. Unless we don't care about having a freer society with more choice. Maybe you don't care about that. I do, though. I believe in some some basic backup for employees, so that they have a safe and just work environment where they're at least being able to personally profit from the venture. I don't think we can just throw everyone out to the wolves and expect that large and powerful companies with a lot of financial backing are going to behave themselves. I just don't see that happening. That never has happened in that way. The larger the company, the more exploitation it engages in on average, and the more it needs to be regulated on average. We see that now with Amazon for sure. Regulations can be written to protect businesses from competition, but they can also be written to protect employees from being completely screwed over. I mean, it's the reason that we don't have children in coal mines now, or child labor really almost at all. I mean, there's exceptions. You can get a job when you're what, 15, and if you're a golf caddy, you can get one at 13 because rich people always get special rules. But that aside, regulations are also to protect workers. That's where OSHA comes in. Do you not think that OSHA is a good organization? They have drastically reduced the amount of workplace deaths that have happened in any given industry. That's all regulation as well. So there's a number of reasons for regulations. Sure, the people that write the laws have a big incentive to write laws that are favorable to the businesses that back them up in their campaigns. That's true. So there definitely are going to be cases where they write laws to, favor one business over another and exclude competition. But I mean, in another sense, or in another, also regulations are there to protect workers, at least to some degree. And in the U.S., that's not a very large degree. Yeah, they're learning valuable skills. Anyway, I think we can continue on in the video just a little bit here.
Similar levels of productivity to capitalist firms, similar levels of investment to capitalist firms.
Yeah.
You may have noticed that I haven't claimed firms with worker democracy pay more on average than conventional firms. That's because the evidence on this is inconsistent, with some studies finding they do pay more, others finding they don't pay more, and others still finding pay is equal between them.
So, and that's going to vary from enterprise to enterprise. And as he was been laying out here, there's different gradients of how much control you have, how much democracy you have in. Oh, Gringo Guapo, thank you so much for the cheer of 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. It's very generous of you. Thank you. I'm glad you like what you're seeing. So of course that's going to vary from enterprise to enterprise. Not every workplace cooperative has the same amount of democracy built into it for its workers, and so likewise the compensation is going to be different, and across different industries, especially ones that require more specialization, say in like engineering or something like that. It's going to be more likely that even when you do have that democracy in the workplace, you're going to elect to compensate more highly technical positions better to attract the best talent, to just give people compensation for perhaps years of school work that went into training them. So yeah, I totally understand why there's mixed results in that sort of analysis, because there's a mixed wide range of what a workplace cooperative looks like.
We'll return to why this is later. All in all, the evidence sounds pretty great, but as you might have suspected from the length of this video, which I promised would be short, we aren't going to stop here. The evidence on worker democracy is a bit of a minefield, and I frequently see people make mistakes. To take one example, people often assume that all organizations known as cooperatives are worker cooperatives, but cooperative is actually another umbrella term. You see, cooperatives are just groups of people cooperating. Please subscribe to my Patreon for more insights like this. The cooperation can be between workers, but it can also be between other groups or organizations. Consumer co-ops exist, where consumers have a stake in the business and can participate in its decision.
And this is an important distinction as well. Worker cooperatives versus consumer cooperatives. There's a whole bunch of consumer cooperatives in the grocery store field of business in the Twin Cities metro where I live. A lot of food co-ops, and those are always consumer cooperatives. I don't think there's any that are worker owned and operated. It's a good way to get community investment. I mean, there are some benefits to it, because what you're doing is, instead of raising capital through more traditional means of necessarily going to a bank or selling shares, on the stock exchange, you are allowing the local community to purchase shares in your company, and it's usually one share per consumer. I think they often limit that. But basically, you pay in some money, they have working capital, it keeps the business going, and it's a way to have just, it's like community supported agriculture. It's a similar sort of model to that. So, important to note, though, that does not mean that the workers have any extra say, unless they're also, members of the cooperative. Then they just have a say that's equal to every other member who is also a consumer. So you can have more democracy forming because of that, because shares tend to be open to the public. So if you are a worker, you could just buy a share as well. The cooperatives that I've belonged to, it's just basically a one-time thing. It's maybe like $75, $90, something like that. Then you get a share for life, and you get discounts every time too for being a worker member, or not a worker member, but a consumer member of the cooperative. So you definitely could bring more democracy to a workplace through that, because those shares would be more accessible to the average worker. But it's not inherently any more of a democratic system, especially when it comes to things like electing management, or scheduling, or any of the number of other things that are pertinent mainly to the workers themselves, rather than things that a consumer cooperative would be able to vote on. Audio's a bit low. Okay, I will crank up the audio on that.
Making. Credit unions are a good example of a
Oh, yeah,
consumer
right.
co-op,
There we go.
as the customers own the bank and can elect its directors, as well as being entitled to a share of its profits. Traditional businesses and farmers also often form assembly groups, which are often referred to as co-ops. However, the businesses themselves are not internally democratic. They just group together like a kind of congress for businesses to increase their resilience and market power. Many of the studies you'll see,
Yeah, that's also known as like a buying cooperative. So it would be like, you and a bunch of families go together to get a membership to Costco, because you get a discount on getting bulk goods, and then you share that amongst yourselves. I don't even know if you can do this sort of thing, but let's just say you could. This is how it would be set up. So because you are actually, that's probably not the best example to do it. Basically, what it is because you are all coming together and pooling your resources, you can get better prices on things. If you need a certain number of bales of hay in order to reach a discount by the supplier, well, then between all of you, you can get together all that money and distribute out enough hay, even though each single one of you wouldn't need enough hay to get that discount. It's stuff like that. So that's more like a buying cooperative, even more so than even as differentiated from a consumer cooperative.
including some of those I summarized earlier, are of co-ops in general, not just worker co-ops, so watch out for this when you're looking into the topic. For example, when researching for this video, I used a helpful document compiled by Rose Rist, which summarized quite a few papers about co-ops. Although I'd recommend the document to anyone interested in the topic, I found that in a few cases, Rose had not distinguished between the different types of co-op. I messaged him privately suggesting that he could clarify this, and he said, "Yup, that makes sense. I'll revisit my definitions to make the document more accurate." That's the whole story. This is just how adults communicate with each other. Take note, YouTube. Worker co-ops are actually in the minority of co-ops. It has been estimated that there are a total of 800 million people in co-ops across the world, but that only 100 million of these are in worker co-ops.
Oh,
In any
well, there you
case,
go.
from now
That's
on I
more
will
like it.
largely focus on worker-owned and run firms. So if I use co-op, it means worker co-op unless specified otherwise. I'm also going to use terms like firm, enterprise, business, company, and even organization interchangeably. I'll use capitalist and conventional firm interchangeably too. The most important thing to remember is that the main point of contrast in this video is between organizations which are run based on capitalist principles and those which have at least some degree of worker ownership and control. This is what I call worker democracy. Throughout the video, we're going to accrue policies which will expand worker democracy in sensible and pragmatic ways. To help keep track of this, we'll be putting them in the policy bag as they come up and summarizing all of them at the end to remind ourselves. Now, I want to ask a simple question. What benefits and drawbacks do we think worker democracy could have, and why? Early theories of worker co-ops argued that they would be more prone to failure because the lack of leadership and clear profit motive would produce underinvestment, inefficiency, and opportunism as workers line their own pockets. Ultimately, worker co-ops might just degenerate into capitalist enterprises to stay profitable and overcome their own inherent limitations.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Democracy simply doesn't work.
I'm not going to spend too much time on these theories because it's fair to say that most investigations have concluded they are wrong, or at least limited, to use the academic word for wrong. At best, they identify possible tendencies which can be easily overcome with good institutional design and with people not being morons.
Many years ago, when you used to go, look, there's a great big deep hole. Will I step in it? No, I'll just walk around it like that. Oh, how'd you manage to learn to do that? Well, my parents taught me not to be a moron. And I just kind of carried it on from there.
In fact, I would argue the only reason anyone would take these theories literally was that their brain had been poisoned by a mainstream economics education. One example is the so-called free rider problem, where workers do not put as much effort into a collectively owned enterprise because the output is shared with their colleagues, so they would only get a small proportion of the fruits of their individual labor.
Yeah, and so I had covered this a little bit earlier here. If you have an organization where everyone does better when everyone does more work, then you have an incentive to do work and not just coast off everyone else's. And likewise, if your coasting is making everyone else work harder to maintain the same level, they have a say. They all have votes that they can use to get rid of you. So you have a good incentive to at least be as productive as you are tasked with being, right? And then anything you do above and beyond makes you more profit personally, most likely, if we're at least, compensating people based on like a percentage. So even if you have a manager that gets 25% of the profits, and then the rest of the workforce has to do with 75% amongst all of them, and no one share of the profits adds up to more than 25%. Even still in that situation, if you're putting in more money and more dollars are coming into your organization, you're getting more out, right?
Labor. According to the logic of the free rider problem, rational and self-interested workers will always have an incentive to put less effort in and leech from the efforts of others. The business will unravel as people realize that they will gain the most from shirking their duties.
That doesn't
The
make any
economist
sense, though.
Amartya Sen once called the people depicted in these models rational fools. In the case of the free rider hypothesis, these rational fools act based on such a narrow conception of self-interest that they don't take into account the obviously damaging long-term consequences of their behavior, both to the firm and, ultimately, to themselves. Normal, reasonable people, who are different to rational economic man, are usually happy to put efforts into a collective endeavor that will deliver benefits for them in the long run, even if that means foregoing some short-term gains. Cooperation.
Well, and just think about it. Let's use some logic now. I'm sure we've all had jobs where someone didn't pull their weight. Probably like a high school job you have. Someone just spends their time. I guess nowadays it would be on your phone. Back then it would be just doing whatever, slacking off in one way or another, not pulling their weight. What's your recourse as a fellow employee right now? Well, you can tell your boss and hope that the chain of command goes right, and that the procedures put in place and the way of dealing with slackers in your company all goes according to how it's supposed to, and that person gets reprimanded and eventually fired if they don't reform themselves. But that's basically your only recourse now, in under a capitalist system, because you are as equally unpowerful as the rest of your fellow employees. Now, if instead, again, you have a vote, and that vote can be used to oust other people who are not pulling their weight, you can get together with other people, say, hey, so-and-so is not pulling their weight. I've talked to them, so-and-so has talked to them, the manager has talked to them, so on and so forth. They're just not getting better. Well, you can then all come together and say, get this person out of here. And you have a good interest in doing that because you don't want the business to fail. You're making a lot of more money by having a democratic say in your compensation. You're making a lot more money by the business making more money. So you have a good reason to get rid of the slackers and the people that just won't get with it, or that think that they can just, skim off the rest of everyone else's efforts. Also, critically, who is the number one skimmer of other people's efforts in the capitalist system? It's more often than not going to be the owner. If you own, say, let's just keep on with McDonald's. If you own a McDonald's franchise, you could hire a bunch of people to do all the tasks. You might just show up. In fact, I worked for Dairy Queen for a summer. Um, Same sort of idea. It was a franchise owned by one guy. It was his family business. He showed up maybe once a week. He didn't do any work. He basically either yelled at us or told us we were doing well, and then he would leave. And he relied on all the managers to train everybody to keep things moving. And as long as there wasn't a problem, we didn't even talk to him. He collected a huge amount of money. He had a house. His wife didn't work in someplace different. This was like their business together. So, as far as I know, this was their only income source, was this Dairy Queen. So as long as it was making money, he was making enough money to live a very comfortable lifestyle. He had a decent car. Uh, you know, he was able to have kids, and he never seemed to be in want for money, even though he did 0.0001% of the work. He was able to just skim off everyone else. And yet the business is still there. It still is running. Uh, I wouldn't be surprised if he's still the owner of that business. So no matter how much he skims off it, it doesn't fail, because he'll always have enough people. There's enough of a churn of high school and college kids to keep coming through. And like, I only did it for a summer. The guy sucked. I didn't want to go back to that business. I'm sure it was not uncommon for that sort of thing. So there's such a turnover in employment that as long as you got more people coming in the door, you have more people that you can skim off of. And no one's ever going to get so burnt out that they do anything about it. Not that they really could do anything about it. But again, that's the thing that's even being left out in this conversation. The number one skimmer in most situations is the owner. So now, if everyone is an owner, everyone has an equal incentive to not skim, because it really does hurt the business at that point. And you really can have consequences if you're skimming off the top. Because why could he do this? Why could this Dairy Queen owner take this, yearly salary of, I don't even know how much it made, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was, $75,000, something like that. I don't know how much the franchise made. I never really looked at the books. I didn't do that part of it. But let's just say it was $75,000 salary for doing very little effort. None of us could ever do anything about that. We had our hands tied by the structure of the business. We could yell at him, but then he would just end up firing us and just replace us with another worker. Not so in a cooperative. You at least have the chance to get rid of bad actors. So, yeah, let's continue on.
In worker democracies can be a challenge, and a few people will try to free ride. But evidence illustrates this problem rarely becomes so bad it affects the performance of the workers and the firm. Experiments have shown that people randomly allocated to do tasks in groups where they can elect their leaders and/or choose their pay structures are more productive than those who are led by an unelected manager who makes pay choices for them. One study looked at real firms with high levels of worker ownership of shares in the company and found that workers are keener to monitor others, making them more productive than those with low or no ownership of shares, and directly contradicting the free rider hypothesis.
Because when you all do better, and then you actually all do better because of that, yeah, you have a good reason to police yourselves internally, really. Not allow this sort of thing. Like, who cares? Let's go back to the fast food example. If you're a teenager, your friends are slacking off, and you have to do a little bit of work. It's not that big of a deal, because you're all making terrible pay anyway. You're not going to do this the rest of your life. Hopefully, you'll move on to something bigger and better. So there's not a big reason to really do anything about bad actors, even if you see it happen, even if it happens a lot. But in this case, people do have a good reason to deal with bad actors. So, I mean, there's less reason to even do a lot of the management functions in the first place if everyone just has a natural incentive to more or less police even themselves. You know, if they can see one to one, I move more, X number of more units in my business, I get compensated X number of more dollars. I perform this service in a top notch way, and more business gets comes back to us. We expand our client list, so on and so forth, and then I again get compensated in extra dollars. Uh, so you even have an incentive to police yourself and keep yourself honest with the amount of work you do versus what you're compensated.
Hypothesis. We'll discuss share ownership in more detail later on. It turns out there are potential benefits to giving workers control and a stake in the running of the organization they work for.
Absolutely.
This allows workers to play a key role in decision making and reorient the goals of the organization. But to understand all this a bit better, we're going to have to look at some more serious economic theory. You may have heard of the reality TV show The Undercover Boss, where the CEO of a major corporation disguises themselves as an employee and goes to work on the front lines. Having watched quite a few episodes, one thing is abundantly clear. The boss has no fucking idea what's going on in their company. One episode takes the boss of the UK delivery company, DHL, which sees him working in customer service call centres, delivery driving, and moving boxes in warehouses, at which point he discovers that these things are difficult.
The pressure that's on them to make so many drops an hour is tricky. The stop-start and the country roads and corners all the way. I mean, that's quite time-consuming and it's quite demanding.
I'm surprised that it's so intense. Those parcels keep on coming. And you have to keep on moving them, because if you don't, you're not going to get the aircraft out on time. It's like that.
Each aircraft container can hold up to 1,000 packages and weigh as much as 3.5 tons.
Wow.
Oh, this is hard work. I'm a little.
I can attest. This is not the specific package handling work that I do. I do the home delivery aspect of it. But this is difficult manual work. Anyone that says that these are easy jobs doesn't know what they're talking about, has never done anything like this.
Surprised that it's so manual.
The boss typically develops a better understanding of
surprised.
the
It was so
company and
odd.
new sympathy for their employees along the way. It's all a bit contrived and shallow for sure, but it illustrates the importance of an idea introduced by the free market economist Friedrich Hayek,
Oh, God.
that of localized knowledge.
Oh, I had the misfortune of reading The Road to Serfdom from F.A. Hayek. A garbage book. Basically does not see anything wrong with the imposed hierarchy of capitalism, but any sort of other hierarchy, that's got to be suspect and done away with, otherwise we're not free. But capitalist hierarchy, business hierarchy, why even talk about it? That's basically the book in a nutshell. Utter garbage. It's worth looking at just so you can understand where so many garbage, especially libertarian positions, come from, but other than for that purpose, stay away.
Hayek argued that centralized authorities find it difficult to harness and coordinate local knowledge.
Okay. So you say, new chatter, you support the bread theory? Okay. Is that a specific theory that you're supporting, or my channel? Just curious.
Policies that are the same across a wide range of circumstances cannot account for the particular circumstances of time and place, which are fine-grained, constantly changing, and are therefore unknowable to any central authority. According to Hayek, markets are needed to coordinate activity among millions of individuals with different knowledge, preferences, and operating in different contexts. Centralized authorities simply do not have the ability to know what is going on in the economy and respond to it in real time, as this would require voluminous information and countless decisions to be made every.
I mean, the entirety of China's recent history kind of disproves that. They've done pretty well to have a centralized authoritarian. Authoritarian is kind of a loaded term anyway, but a central authority on their economic activities. So, kind of a counterpoint to that one.
Every minute. Although I don't fully agree with Hayek's conclusions, his diagnosis of what he called the economic problem was completely correct. Modern economies are
So you can't stand my leftist ideas of Bernie Sanders I think he probably meant et al., which is actually a Latin phrase. So that would be E-T-A-L. You're sorry for me? That's okay. You don't have to like these ideas, but I appreciate you stopping by to at least see something different. Hopefully you'll learn something if you stick around long enough.
Unbelievably complex, partly owing to localized knowledge. Hayek was focused largely on how markets solve the knowledge problem, but the anarchist James Scott took his insights a little bit further. In his masterpiece Seeing Like a State, Scott uses meticulously detailed examples.
Oh, you know what? I'll have to look into this guy. He's actually an anarchist I'm not familiar with. I'll have to see if there's any of his stuff that's available for free as an audiobook. Maybe we'll cover him because I do a theory stream every Wednesday night. Right now we're doing Alexander Berkman's The ABC of Anarchism, also known as What is Communist Anarchism? But I alternate back and forth between anarchist and communist, but maybe sometime we'll take up this Scott fellow. What kinds of people do I support? Am I a communist? I consider myself an anarcho-communist. Of all the thinkers and theorists that I've read so far, Peter Kropotkin, who is kind of the father of anarcho-communism, he's the one that whose views I line up with the most. So yeah, you could say that. But I support all people. I want all people to do better in their lives. I want all people to have a platform that's they can stand up on and actually have real decisions, perhaps for the first time in their lives, about where they work, what they put their life's work towards, and where they fit in best to contributing to the betterment of society. Bernie is closer to Trump than he is to our ideology. Well, that's yeah. I mean, at least in the way that Bernie governs, for sure. He's still operating within a capitalist framework, which is inherently right wing, or at least on the right side of the political spectrum, because it believes in inherent natural hierarchies and that sort of thing. So yeah, the way that he governs, for sure. Sorry about that. Alarm going off there. Let's continue on though.
Examples to show how top-down organization in general fails to capture the complexity of social and economic life.
Anyone who has worked in a formal organization, even a small one strictly governed by detailed rules.
And if you're a listener to a lot of online, or YouTube, I should say, leftist content, I'm pretty sure that is Saint Andrewism who's doing this voiceover. I don't know if he does it he mentions that in the credits, but another great YouTuber to check out. Saint Andrewism does some really cool stuff, especially about like solar punk. So good channel to check out. Maybe I'll link it in a second here.
Rules knows that handbooks and written guidelines fail utterly in explaining how the institution goes successfully about its work, accounting for its smooth operation are nearly endless and shifting sets of implicit understandings, tacit coordinations, and practical mutualities that could never be successfully captured in a written code. This ubiquitous social fact is useful to employees and labor unions. The premise behind what are tellingly called work-to-rule strikes is a case in point. When Parisian taxi drivers want to press a point on the municipal authorities about regulations or fees, they sometimes launch a work-to-rule strike. It consists merely in following meticulously all the regulations in the code routier and thereby bringing traffic throughout central Paris to a grinding halt. The drivers thus take tactical advantage of the fact that the circulation of traffic is possible only because drivers have mastered a set of practices that have evolved outside and often in contravention of the formal rule.
That's an interesting form of it's I guess it falls within a type of sabotage where you're trying to slow down the work process, not necessarily break it apart completely, but by following every single rule to a T. That is it can be a very powerful way to get your point across about what is needed in terms of, I don't know what they're doing it for better compensation or more sensible regulations. But yeah, if you look at almost any employee handbook, they tend to just kind of throw the entire kitchen sink in there just to cover their bases, because what the employee handbook tends to be is just a cover our ass policy. So if you do something wrong, at least they have something to point to saying, well, you should have given a full 3 seconds before changing lanes, and then that was your problem, so you're going to be on the hook for this one, buddy, if you cause an accident by not following that. So by following this rule book to a T, yeah, you can grind things down to a halt if the regulations are nonsensical, or if you are being pushed to be dangerous in order to get done what you're supposed to get done.
Of course, the work to rule strike comes from France. Whoever implements rules and plans from the top down is likely to find that in practice they don't really work out. They may look good on paper but fail when confronted with the messier reality. Or in other cases, the planning is off simply because the right workers haven't been consulted. This is actually a frequent revelation in The Undercover Boss.
Viv's been trained to follow company protocol, but Phil thinks the rules are standing in the way of good customer service.
Really nice to ring Kath up and say, did you get through to her?
No, we don't do that, Eddie, because it's not your job.
Or can we go on and see if Kath's logged?
No.
No?
No, it's not your job. Your job is to take the calls, we deal with them, and we move on.
This is Phil's worst nightmare. Cracks in the DHL system are leaving a customer still wondering where her missing parcel is.
The rumour that Telford get paid more than Stoke couriers really needs some investigation. Were I an employee in that position and I knew that there was such a difference in my salary and the guy up the road, I'd be pretty demotivated, I think.
Hayek's idea of local knowledge extends to the workplace. Those who make decisions about a traditional capitalist company's policies are different to those who follow the policies. In addition, those who manage the company are often different to those who actually own the company. There is a lack of cohesion between these groups in terms of both their knowledge and their interests.
This is an interesting, what would even be the term for? But it's very interesting what Unlearning Economics is doing right here, because he's taking Hayek's words, and Hayek was applying these to centralized economic planning in terms like a government doing central planning of the economy. But he's showing how all of his criticisms apply to even these single companies, like DHL is the one that's at issue right now, where the owners of DHL have no idea what the ground conditions look like at any one of these parts of their business, not the logistics of managing the airplanes, not of compensation, not of customer service. They have no idea what's going on. So really what Hayek ends up making an argument for is to give more control to the people that are actually on the ground, which would be the workers in this case. Although that's not at all how he meant it, obviously, because he was a staunch capitalist. He thought capitalism was the best thing that ever there was. So that's a great juxtaposition. That's what I'm going for here. Juxtaposing this extreme conservative Hayek's words against the reality of the way that these large capitalist corporations actually function.
It follows that there are two main benefits of worker democracy. One, workers can harness their collective knowledge to make the running of the firm more effective. Two, workers can use their political power to make sure the organization is run with their interests at heart. Let's learn a little bit more about the evidence surrounding these benefits. 3 countries with well-established worker cooperative sectors are Italy, France, and Uruguay. Each have unique features which help them to thrive, in seeming contravention of crude economic theories. In France, there are 2,000 worker co-ops employing about 46,500 people, which is more than most countries, but still well under 1% of all firms. Co-ops operate across a variety of industries, but mostly in construction and manufacturing. French co-ops take large initial financial contributions from members, which helps them to finance investment. The vast majority of workers are full members, while the rest are likely to become members after their probationary period.
So here we see an alternative form or alternative system of capital formation. You rely on the people themselves coming into the business and maybe I would say more than likely it's not that they have to put up their entire share, especially if it's a very large share. Like if your share ends up being, say, 10,000 euros or whatever, you probably don't have to put that all up ahead of time to become a member. But maybe it's towards, you put it towards future profits for yourself. So like a certain amount of your paycheck goes towards financing the operation as a whole, and then eventually you come up with your entire member share of £10,000, whatever it may be. But yeah, so this is an alternative way to do it rather than selling your company on the stock market or having to go to large traditional financial investment firms like banks or whatever to get your operation off the ground.
Employees get access to at least 25% of the firm's profits, and each member gets one vote, no matter how much money they originally put in.
There we go.
French co-ops also legally have to abide by plowback rules, where they must invest a certain proportion of the profits back into the business. In theory, this helps them to avoid underinvestment, though in practice they often invest more than is required anyway. The Italian case is similar to the French case, with member contributions and plowback laws ensuring co-ops are relatively well financed. But the Italian cooperative sector is slightly larger and is concentrated in the north. Italian co-ops are exempt from corporate taxation if they save their profits, and are also required to invest 3% into umbrella organisations which aid cooperative development. This is one reason Italian co-ops seem to have the clearest social mission and are responsible for many social services in some areas.
I like that idea because then not only is the cooperative trying to do better for its own worker members, its own worker owners, that is, but it's being forced to help perpetuate the entire cooperative model as a whole, which is great. I mean, that should really be the goal of any cooperative is to help more of the same get off the ground. If their values are that being a cooperative is inherently more moral or just or just better in any way for the worker, then yeah, they should be having to put towards helping to finance more cooperatives get off the ground. That's awesome, because that just keeps the momentum going, and assumedly maybe at some point you get to where at least a majority of businesses are organized as a worker-owned and operated cooperative.
Another interesting legal feature of Italian co-ops is the Marcora law, which enables workers to use their unemployment benefits to buy out a failing business and turn it into a worker co-op.
Ooh, that's really cool. That's really cool, because that's one way that you can form a cooperative that is not often thought about or considered. Any business can reorganize under different rules, under a different formation legally. So you could take even a large corporation and reorganize it as a cooperative. All you have to do is if it, and it's obviously easiest to do if that corporation is on the way out, if it's failing already. But you could take up all the shares, you could buy back all the shares that are floating out there in the ether if they are a publicly traded company, and instead convert those shares into worker owner shares, and that way you're taking it off of the out of the stock market and giving the control and the finances to the workers, and then say that everyone who has a share can now vote the way it works in any normal cooperative. So that's really interesting. I like that model a lot, and there's nothing to say that couldn't also happen at a local place. In fact, it probably would be a little bit easier, especially if you have a situation where workers are already compensated fairly well, where they actually could set aside money. It would be in their best interest to then pool that money, buy out their current owner, and reorganize as a worker-owned cooperative. There's nothing saying you can't do that. Same thing with housing cooperatives too. There's nothing saying that you can't get together with all the people in your building, come together and try and buy out whoever owns your building right now, and turn it into a housing cooperative where, again, each unit has a voting share in the operations of the building, and everything from and then have a say in everything from how it's maintained to what standard it's maintained to rules for voting out members if they become, bad or noxious tenants, all that sort of thing. So that could happen in that case as well.
Exactly the type of law I would like to see spread across the world, since difficult to argue against. If workers can rescue the business, then great. If not, the outcome is the same as it would have been in absence of the law.
Very good point.
Moving on to Uruguay, worker co-ops are about 1% of the total. These firms are exempt from payroll taxes on their workers' income.
Interesting.
But to qualify for this, they have to make sure at least 5 out of every 6 workers have full membership rights and are therefore able to vote on the firm's policy.
That's very interesting. I'd love to look more into that. And see, these are the sorts of policies that we need to be talking about and starting to think about enacting within our own countries if we're actually going to have cooperative movements really start to build up steam. It's one thing that you are allowed to operate as a cooperative, say in the US. It's an entirely other thing if you have policies that support your formation in more just and equitable configurations, such as a worker-owned and operated cooperative. And that's the thing that these countries he's talking about have in common, is they actually have laws behind it that incentivize people and make it easier to form cooperatives. And that's definitely something that we need to start pushing. And again, there's probably nothing that says you couldn't start this at the local level too. I'm sure in a lot of major cities that have larger budgets, they probably could set aside a lot of stuff, or maybe just stop doing things like tax increment financing, which forgoes a whole bunch of property taxes to attract in a big employer to provide a lot of jobs. Instead of doing stuff like that, giving all these sweetheart deals to the large corporations, maybe tax them like normal and take that revenue to then help generate, organically companies up out of, the people that already live in the area. Not have to worry as much about all this investment from out of town, trying to attract them in with things that end up hamstringing the economics of the city in the long run. Instead, work on and incubating new ideas and new businesses that and then put rules around it, like you're saying you have to do something like this. 5 out of 6 members have to have full membership rights in order to get this amount of money to invest in your business, or to, like they say, exempt yourself from, I guess at the local level you don't have payroll taxes, but it could be something different. There could be some other financial incentive at the local level. But this is really exciting stuff, and I don't see any reason why it couldn't be pushed for and practiced in other countries.
This tax incentive both encourages the formation of worker co-ops and discourages any tendency for them to degenerate, employing people without giving them voting rights, an issue to which we will return later. I know we're going to return to a lot of things later, please bear with me. The policies we've seen in France, Italy, and Uruguay all encourage worker co-ops through tax advantages, legal structures that ensure they function properly, and laws which enable workers to take control of failing firms. The organisations these policies enable are the most classic form of worker democracy, with workers guaranteed majority representation. We'll therefore note these down as entry number 1 in our bag of policies. So far, we've seen that notions of worker co-ops as inherently doomed to fail are demonstrably false. But I worry that advocates of worker co-ops can be uncritical in summarising the evidence surrounding their benefits. For example, here is the channel's second thought.
Co-op members often find themselves possessing a level of dignity and quality of life unattainable by traditional employees, along with high job stability and opportunities to develop new skills. And membership is open to anyone willing to accept certain responsibilities, regardless of discrimination they may face elsewhere. On top of all this, worker co-ops can be more stable than profit-driven corporations, reliably staying afloat in times of economic turmoil, which have become worryingly common in recent years.
And here is the channel loaner box.
An important caveat there, though, is that there's nothing stopping in capitalist countries. There's nothing stopping a worker-owned cooperative from also being capital-driven or profit-driven. It's just that the profit is more equitably shared. So that's one reason that I view this form of worker-owned cooperatives as perhaps the next important stepping stone towards a more socialist economy, but it can't really be the end point. It can't be where we just settle on and say this is good enough, because there's a more likelihood that they're going to be pursuing businesses that are more socially responsible, since they're structure themselves as more socially responsible. There's a greater likelihood that they're going to strive to be more environmentally friendly, but there's nothing that says they have to be. So you could still have a worker-owned cooperative that is really well structured, has a lot of equity and built-in incentives for the worker owners, to give it their all and do better, and really participate in the working of the company, but it could still be for a bad industry. And if that industry is continuing to pollute, destroy the environment, and really it's all for the benefit of the worker owners rather than just a single owner, we still have a lot of problems to get through. So that's why at some point we have to just do away entirely with the notion that we can have companies that can pursue their own interests at the expense of everybody else. And that's not just environmental. It can also be for social things too. You could have a worker-owned cooperative that's let's say a casino or something like that. Something that really preys upon other poor people to make its money, but the money that's made is just more equitably shared among its members. You still have a moral hazard there, at the very least. And really, at some point, we have to address that point. That can we really have profit be something that is allowed to be above everything else? That's not to say that we should just say that companies can't make a profit, or they shouldn't make a profit, but should it ever be at the expense of absolutely every other line? That is the greater social good, the greater environmental good, long-term care of people and planet. These sorts of things have to be taken into consideration too, at some point. And under capitalism, I just don't quite see it happening.
What is otherwise a very critical and highly recommended video on the subject.
They are currently the fastest growing enterprise on Earth. Profit isn't their primary aim, which allows them to flex more effectively in economic downturns. They're less likely to fire workers during economic downturns. They're more effective at fostering social trust and commitment amongst workers. When companies are fully worker-owned, they're a third as likely to fail as traditional firms. Research from Canada found that co-ops had a 3-year and 5-year survival rate that exceeded the national average, and studies from Italy and Germany found that they're less likely to declare bankruptcy.
Both Second Thought and Loner Box are giving an accurate summary of the findings in the literature, which we also summarized earlier. But neither of them investigates the studies further to ask how generalizable the findings may be. Yeah, remember when I said I wouldn't be critiquing people in this video? I lied. Consider that most of the people in worker co-ops have often made a conscious choice to create or join one. This complicates things, as it implies the people in these co-ops could be what economists call a selected sample. These people may just be different to the rest of the population in their goals and attitudes.
Right.
This selection...
So it could be like, you hang out at a DSA meeting, or you go to a Green Party meeting or something like that. You're going to tend to find people that are, interested in a lot of the same stuff, like not just creating a more democratic and equitable system, but helping the environment, or forming worker place cooperatives or something like that. So they are kind of the people that are attracted to cooperative formation. For one thing, they've had the time to at least think about it. They haven't necessarily been just scrambling from one job to another, or several at a time, just to make ends meet. To get to the level where you can think, I want to make a cooperative, you have to at least be able to imagine something different, and you have to be able to gather the resources. And both of those things can take time and education and money that the average person may just not have access to. So I can definitely see this point that it's kind of a select few people that are going to actually get together and make these cooperatives work. And there's going to be some things that are common to them that may not be common to the average worker. Which again is why at some point we may need to have more of a systemic level push towards this sort of thing. We need to make things, for example, if everyone had guaranteed housing and healthcare and food and clothing and stuff like that, that would put a lot more people in a position where they could start to breathe for real. Have some time to think about what life could be rather than just having to keep your head down focused on baseline survival. So that perhaps is something that's only going to be widely available if we get to that level where we have provided that basic survival platform to everyone, so that at least if that was a barrier to them starting a worker-owned cooperative, it no longer is. And at that point, we would see the sample size of people that participate in worker-owned cooperatives much more representative of the population as a whole, I would imagine.
Is underscored by a fact we just learned. Co-ops are usually a small proportion of the overall economy, accounting for a single-digit percentage of employment, even in countries where they are relatively popular. There are also industries and places with higher concentrations of worker co-ops, which makes it difficult to know whether the observed advantages and disadvantages of those co-ops just stem from their location, workforce, or industry.
And that's true even of consumer cooperatives. I think at one point, Minneapolis and St. Paul, primarily Minneapolis though, had the highest concentration of food cooperatives, that's a type of consumer cooperative, in the entire country. And it was no coincidence that once people started forming like one cooperative, they helped other people form cooperatives, and they would often support each other if they got into bad financial straits. They looked at themselves as being part of a broader movement, so they had more of a sense of camaraderie with their fellow food cooperative businesses. Also, there's probably a lot of existing regulations that were in place in the 1970s, which is when most of these cooperatives formed, that facilitated in one way or another the formation of these food cooperatives. So I'm not surprised that you do tend to see these concentrated and collected into certain places that just have more favorable conditions for one reason or another.
One Uruguayan study looked at firm survival rates and found that co-ops do have an advantage overall, but it's driven entirely by the service sector. They didn't have a disadvantage in any sector, they just perform the same as capitalist firms outside of services. Co-ops may deliberately target industries where they are more likely to succeed, as one paper explains with reference to a number of worker co-ops in the USA.
Wages chose the green house cleaning industry because of its growing market, relatively high profit margin, low barriers to entry for low-income women, and health and environmental benefits. CHCA and ChildSpace chose industries, home, healthcare, and childcare, that employ a lot of people in low-quality jobs and where improving job quality would create a competitive advantage in the marketplace. Mondragon has chosen industries where existing co-ops could purchase a major portion of a new co-op's products or services.
Maybe the relatively small number of people who decide to run their organizations as worker co-ops are highly motivated and buy into the idea of worker ownership. They know the industries that will give them trouble and avoid them to ensure the success of the co-op. That such co-ops are more likely to succeed than conventional enterprises actually isn't surprising.
Yeah. So again, you have that sense of fellow travelers. So they're, if you know that you have a supplier that also is organized as a worker-owned cooperative, you're more likely to support them, and eventually you all start supporting each other. So that's another way that these institutions can start concentrating along geographic lines or industrial lines or, what have you.
It could have little bearing on what would happen if we, say, passed a law requiring all firms to be worker co-ops. Such a law may include industries which are less suited to co-ops and people and organizations who don't care for or understand the idea.
Right. And the classic example is, what if we tried to reorganize Amazon as a worker-owned cooperative? just scheduling a meeting of their let's look up, let's be exact in our imaginings right now. um let's see, Amazon employees. And it's important to recognize too that with a place like Amazon, uh they rely on a lot of subcontracting as well. I used to deliver for a company that contracted with Amazon, so I was not directly an Amazon employee, uh, but I still did nothing but deliver Amazon packages. So Amazon employs 950,000 workers. Wow. Imagine trying to organize a shareholders meeting of 950,000 people. It's not insurmountable, but at that level, you're going to have to start to get into some form of more representative democracy rather than just direct democracy. There's no way to get 950,000 people together to agree on anything. Um, yeah, and depending on what bylaws there are, how easy it is to, say, block a motion from another member or something like that, you could end up getting zero work done, even if it was possible to put all those people together, which it's not. I mean, imagine a Zoom screen open that showed 950,000 faces on it. It wouldn't take much to completely devolve into utter chaos of people shouting and being muted and all that sort of thing. I mean, for an example, Hassan is the biggest leftist Twitch streamer, and he averages 30,000 people in his chat. And the messages fly by so fast that you have to say his name for him to even stop and look at your message. And even then, he's not going to look at every single one. And the ones that he looks at, he's not going to be able to respond to even a part of it. So it's just impossible to organize that many people into a single meeting. So you would have to resort to things like having a local, maybe each distribution center, each warehouse, each office building would have to organize themselves locally and then elect a representative to bring their needs to the large organization. Or you just split it up into a whole bunch of independent companies. There's not a lot of difference when you get to the point of Amazon between a country and a company. So it can be confusing. Even if you just look at GDP, Amazon has higher GDP than a lot of countries, but I digress. So that's the alternative, is to split each warehouse into its own company. Then you can have more direct democracy, and then you can have things be more a confederation of distribution networks, which itself would be difficult to manage too, but not impossible. But at least you'd have the chance to have more direct democracy, because, having 100, 200, even 300 people in a single warehouse or distribution center, that you can manage, because that's no larger than, say, the U.S. Congress. And believe it or not, bills do manage to get passed on occasion through the U.S. Congress. People do have time to speak, and they're not even in session all the time. So that would be more doable if you made it into a confederation of affiliated businesses. The alternative, though, is if things are going to stay centralized, that you would have to do, some form of representative democracy. But again, not impossible. Not impossible. You can still have meaningful control if you are one of 400 people that select a representative to go represent you at the higher level. Say even, if every representative in the Amazon system represented 1,000 people, that's at least enough people that you could have contact with each of them on a somewhat regular basis. At least their needs could be forwarded to you or aggregated at a meeting, because you could run a meeting of 1,000 people. That wouldn't be absolutely unheard of. And then take that to the next higher level. And then by the time you were at the top, you would be a body of, say, 950 people, each representing 1,000. That's definitely doable. And that could be a way you could run a company, and you could still work out all these things. So yeah, let's continue on.
Worker co-ops would surely be less likely to thrive if the organizational form had been...
Oh, and hello to the amazing Wolf Skeptic. Good to see you again, friend. Hope you're doing well. We are talking about worker-owned cooperatives tonight, and going through all the everything really, from the details of what cooperatives are, and now we're getting into how they are organized and whether or not they're scalable.
Been forcibly imposed on all firms, which is why I don't advocate such a policy.
When are people going to learn? Democracy doesn't work.
Given that worker co-ops have not been proven to be generalizable, which issues are likely to surface as we try to expand the practice? One novel approach we could take is to ask them. A problem which repeatedly comes up in interviews with all types of cooperative is that they have trouble obtaining financing. Cooperatives in both Canada and the USA have identified this as a major problem.
Which it just shows the inertia of the capitalist dogma that, for one thing, you have to be very large in order to be worthy of financing. That oftentimes is the case with certain venues of finance. And for another, that somehow cooperatives are inherently more risky, although we've seen everything. He's presented all the evidence to the contrary. They're more stable. People stay in the company longer. They tend not to go under as often as your regular corporate model. And you have better worker satisfaction and retention, and all these sorts of things should mean that they are a better bet, and therefore something more worthy of financing by traditional methods of financing. But apparently that's not the case, and I'm sure it's in no small part due to just the inertia of capitalist dogma that we have to have centralized control and a top-down sort of structure in order for it to be deemed as serious and something worth investing in.
Especially in the early years. The evidence isn't clear on whether worker co-ops in particular fare better or worse than consumer or supplier co-ops, but all seem to share characteristics which might deter external investment. Firstly, they are still a relatively rare and novel form of organization, which creditors...
And I agree with that point entirely, Wolf Skeptic. So you say conservatives would be like, who would train the workers to become an effective manager? And I'm like, that would be up to the workers to decide. Capitalist realism at its finest. And that's true. Every place that you've worked, that any of us have worked, I'm sure we have identified people that are better or worse, and who would be better or worse managers. And oftentimes it's not the person who's a manager at the time. Very often in capitalist organizations, it's people that know someone who end up getting promoted, or people that are just the best at sucking up to the boss or the right people. Those are the ones who often end up getting promoted, whether or not they're the best at being a manager. So yeah, in a cooperative system, you would elect who gets to be the managers of everything, really. Taking the Amazon model, that would be much easier to organize an election of who gets to be in management positions than it would even be to run a state election. In many cases, 950,000 people is smaller than a lot of states. In fact, there's very few states that are smaller than 950,000 people, and they manage to run statewide elections. No reason that a company like Amazon couldn't also have elections for everything. Regional managers, all the different positions, everything down to day shift managers. No reason we couldn't do the same sort of thing, for sure. So you have no control over how much you're paid for your labor when your manager is who dictates what you do at the workplace. And then conservatives say to me, yes, you do. You can leave and go to a different job. That's the free market. Yeah, that's the capitalist realism. You're right. And that's what they always throw out. In fact, someone earlier in chat was making those same arguments. It's like, you don't like it. What's stopping you from doing your own business? I'm like, well, I mean, a lot of things are stopping me from doing my own business, but that still just perpetuates. If we're only looking at the capitalist model of the top-down authoritarian model as being the only realistic business model, then that just means that I may not be being exploited, but I'm just having to exploit other people. And that just perpetuates exploitation. Uh, yeah, well, I think they have a problem imagining a different world. And that's the thing. They can't imagine anything different. And to be fair, capitalism does seem pretty powerful and eternal. But as the Ursula K. Le Guin quote that I like, that I'm going to butcher terribly now, also says, the same thing was true of the divine right of kings, and yet their empires eventually crumbled, and their power eventually dissipated. And the same is true of capitalism. It is not eternal. There's no end of history. There's no final and best configuration of society. It is constantly in flux, and it is constantly mutable, able to be changed. Yeah, and that's the illusion of choice. You're very right. The pick your master is definitely a perfect example of the illusion of choice under capitalism, illustrated very well in Squid Game. They had the illusion of being able to stop the game, but of course, once they had to go back out and compete under capitalism again, they found themselves in debt once more. They found themselves in danger once more from, in the case of the gangster, the rival gang members, and they were pushed to make a choice to come back to the game and potentially die, and most likely die. I mean, I think at some level, most of them had to at least come to the realization that there was a good chance they would die doing those games. And that is a perfect metaphor of capitalism. You can say, I want out of the system. I want something different. But even when you try by yourself, most likely you're just going to be pushed back in to the system in one way or another. Yeah, the illusion of opportunity as well. You say your dad was making the point that there's over 1 million unemployed, but over 1 million jobs open for hiring. Yeah, what's the problem with those jobs? That needs to be the number one question that people ask. Not what's the problem with these lazy workers not wanting to work. That's in total contradiction to the way that they say you're supposed to get by, right? They say if you don't like, the argument used to be that if you don't like your salary, you should demand more. You should go to a different company that's willing to hire you more. Now it's like, if you don't like the salary that we are offering for this job, you should take it anyway. Like, if you don't like the benefits, the time, something doesn't line up with you, just take it anyway. That seems to be what they're arguing now, saying nobody wants to work. Everyone's just so lazy and entitled and blah, 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 blah. But as you pointed out too, the question is, are these good paying jobs, full-time, part-time? And I've heard a lot of cases too where they will advertise jobs, and they'll do the old bait and switch. They're doing it at my place now, for the package loaders. They have signs out saying up to like 25 or so dollars per hour. With up to, of course, is written in small print. So I'm imagining that once they show up for these interviews, they find all kinds of reasons why it's not going to end up being that highest amount. I mean, as though you have to have anything more than just the drive to do manual work to be a good package handler or loader. But they'll think of reasons. And so that's the big reason why people are not taking these jobs, is they show up to the interview and it's not what is advertised. Or they'll interview and they'll just get ghosted by the employer, because really what they're doing is trying to just project the public perception that, woe is me, the poor little rich business owner. No one wants to work for me. It's everyone else's. It's a way of deflecting blame on a large scale and getting the public behind them, in the hopes that people will then be forced back into accepting jobs at lower pay eventually. Yeah. So you say also, your father went to Cuba with me. He argued with a Cuban local saying, "You're wrong. Cuba isn't a democracy. You didn't know what you're talking about." We watched a whole video on Cuban democracy. It seems to me that Cuba is a pretty robust democracy with a hell of a lot more participation, 80 to 90% participation in their elections, as compared to the likes of the US. So in many ways, Cuba's a better democracy than we are. And to add to what you're saying about jobs, my dad's point is kind of classist. Of course it is. Of course it is. The point is, how dare you think that you're entitled to make a living wage? Or you're just flipping burgers, or you're just doing, you know, manual work of one kind or another. You don't deserve to have a living wage, and all these number of really bad classist arguments that they trundle out every time that they're being attacked. Brainwashing at its finest. That's a good way of putting it. Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue on.
Investors may not be confident will return their investment. Secondly, co-ops have an explicit policy to centre the interests of their members rather than investors, whereas capitalist firms are explicitly investor-owned, so investor interests will of course take priority. As a result of the difficulty in obtaining external financing, many co-ops rely on member contributions. People have to pay thousands of dollars or the equivalent to join the co-op, and this money is used to build wealth and invest. Although this has been successful in places like France and Italy, as we've seen, it has an obvious problem. If co-ops are set up...
Yeah, right. The conservatives claim to be pro-family, but they don't want you to make enough money as a lowly worker in order to support a family. And then they yell at you for not being, millennials are killing the family or all that sort of thing. Yeah, if you end up paying more in daycare than you get in your compensation, what really is the point to having a job? Just to not be able to spend time with your small child that you're trying to bond with? Have I gotten my booster shot yet? I have not been able to yet. I'm working on it, but I have not yet. I'm going to. Thank you, CEO of Pfizer. Not at all a dubious name, but I do plan on getting my third shot. I am double vaxxed at this point. So far, have not caught the Rona, and plan not to. So the Amazing Wolf Skeptic says, anarchism is the most pro-family ideology. I would agree. It gives the most empowerment to the most people, which means the most people are free to start and maintain a family and all of that sort of thing. And you say you also don't like the argument that your grandmother says everyone should be working. Coercion at its finest. Yeah. Why should everyone be working for less than they need to live on? That's not cool with me. Why do other people think that that's somehow a higher virtue than, holding out to get a job where you actually can feed yourself and your family? Why do I call it bread theory? For a number of reasons. Oh boy. Why do I call it bread theory? I call it bread theory in homage to Peter Kropotkin's The Conquest of Bread. Also because if you take out the take out the B, it is read theory. And because I focus mostly on theory. So yeah, we're reading an anarchist work of theory every Wednesday right now. We're in the ABC of Anarchism, also known as What is Communist Anarchism by Alexander Berkman. Kropotkin was racist as fuck. Cool. Purportedly, Marx was anti-Semitic. What does that matter about their theories? It has nothing to do with the theory that they put out into the world. The ideas are the things that we're talking about here. We're not in this channel to worship figures or heap praise on individuals. We're here to look at the ideas that helped get out into the public consciousness and help to spread that consciousness even more. Yeah, they can be terrible people and good at theory. We read State and Revolution by Lenin. Beautiful book. I agreed basically 100% with the premises and the things that he put forward. It put into sharp focus a lot of the ideas of communism, which all sounded really great. But we were looking at his theory. We didn't study how he put those theories into practice, who he was as an individual, because those things largely are not as relevant. What's relevant is the ideas that we take away. I mean, you can call me a liberal if you like. I don't really care. You're a dude on the internet. So, You have a dumb name anyway. I really don't care. Why don't you stick around? Maybe you'll learn something.
Up in lower income communities, they may have trouble obtaining financing. But if they exclude these communities, then they're going to be a bit of a middle class thing, excluding the people who arguably need them most. The most obvious policy to help co-ops finance themselves would be direct grants and loans from local and national governments, as well as other financial incentives such as tax breaks, which as we saw play a big role in Uruguay.
Ugh.
Not only could these be expanded...
Ugh. Don't be gross, dude. I'm not even going to read your comment there. If you're going to act like that, then I can't have you around, because that doesn't contribute anything. We're here to talk about ideas and that sort of thing. We're not here to be gross. I don't know what any of that is. Okay. Is this your deal? You just want to be banned? That's how you get your jollies? I can arrange that. I don't like having to do that. I'd rather you actually sit by and actually try and learn something. But yeah, I'm a working class person. I'm bourgeois. Am I? What business do I own? I'll give you a hint. I don't own a business. I work for other people. I am working class. I work as a package deliverer during the winter, and I work as a landscaper during the summer. So how am I bourgeois? You're going to have to help me out with that concept there. I only alienate the real working class with your bourgeois sentimentality. Well, you only say words that you found online and inappropriately apply them to try and trigger and troll people. So, what is the language of the working people? Okay. That's nice. Has nothing to do with this discussion. So you got to stop. Oh boy, degeneration. You sound a lot like a Nazi. They love that word too. Degeneration. Talk about fucking bourgeois for a minute. If you use degenerate unironically, you're putting everyone else who doesn't think like you in a subhuman category. Talk about bourgeois. What a fucking hypocrite. I'm not going to put up with this anymore. You're not helping out the discourse. You're not willing to learn. You're not willing to even listen to anything. So you gotta go. Why can I not even see you? That's interesting. Oh boy. Wow, getting that anti-Semitism out real quick. Yeah, I was right, wasn't I? Fucking Nazi masquerading as a tanky. Yeah, nice try. I hope that really satisfied you for the evening, that now you've been banned by another community for doing exactly what you set out to do. What point have you proven doing that? That you're an asshole, that you can't get along with others, that you don't deserve any of the things you talk about? I don't know, but enjoy your lifetime ban.
Banded, but the information about how to access them could be more widespread, as currently what's available isn't always taken up.
Well, I didn't even see that. Homophobic as well. So, man, you're really hitting all the corners there. Really keeping that mask on. Everyone really believes that you're a tanky and not a Nazi. Don't worry, your secret's safe with us.
One example is the Underutilized Local Enterprise Assistance Fund, or LEAF, in the USA, which offers credit to co-ops but gets few applications, even fewer of which are credible. There are also a number of innovative ways people have got around the financing problem without direct state support.
So this is cool, and this is a issue that's often brought up, is how do you finance businesses if you don't rely on traditional capitalist institutions like banks or investors or that sort of thing? Here's another way to do it. He talks about how every person to become a full member has to put in a certain number of thousands of dollars. And then when they finally end up doing that, they get full membership rights and whatever that entails. But at the same time, the way that a lot of these cooperatives, at least the one, I think he says the ones in Paraguay, are forced to structure themselves is every member at least has to have equal voting rights. So no matter how much money you've put in, how close you are to putting in those thousands to help keep the operation financed, you still get full voting rights. I think that's a cool trade-off, and that's a good way of doing things. It's up to you as well. Lenin died a capitalist. Is that like a German die? Like Lenin is a capitalist? Boy, I don't even know what to say about that. Yeah, you don't need to use bankers for a lot of businesses. That's true. That's true. Depending on how much capital startup needs you have, maybe it just takes a little bit of stuff that you can save up your own money to purchase. But for bigger stuff, yeah, she didn't need a bank to write a book. That's very true. You do see that more often, especially with more digital access to people, so they can like self-publish books or learn to code and make games of their own. Yeah, the barrier to entry has been lowered in many cases, but what he's talking about too, though, is parts of industries where you do still need financing. Like if you're going to start a construction company or something like that, it takes a lot of materials and a lot of money to get that off the ground. And there's ways to do that without having to rely on banks. I don't know if the majority of businesses don't require large-scale machinery or workforce. You look at all the major employers in every state in the U.S., it's things like Walmart and behind that hospitals, all of which require a lot of people and a lot of resources. Just because there's a lot of tech business right now, that doesn't mean that that's the standard or even, the majority of what people do these days. So I don't know that that's necessarily true, but let's continue in the video.
One option is to allow external shareholders who receive dividends but have partial or no voting rights, keeping the control in the hands of the workers. The successful US...
I mean, you say that the average restaurant has maybe 8 chefs? Oh, okay. Is that less than they used to have? I don't understand what you're trying to get at there. And beyond just having things like that are actually in a restaurant, to get a restaurant going, you have to set up supply chains as well. Unless you're going to grow all your food on site, which I don't think has ever happened, you need to have purchasing power to purchase your stock of stuff to actually make the food with. So it's not just the stuff that is in there. I think financing still is the rule of the day. Even with tech startups, a lot of them rely on these angel investors and these really wealthy people who just make a whole lot of bets on which companies are going to succeed to actually get their stuff off the ground too. But either way, I guess I'm not really sure what point you're driving at overall. He's just talking about different ways you can do financing that are alternative to banks. So.
Co-op Equal Exchange has provided these so-called Class B shareholders with annual dividends for more than 20 years. The Class A shareholders are the workers. In some cases, financial institutions are also established as part of a concerted effort by a community to establish a democratic economy. The Mondragon Corporation in Spain, which we'll discuss later, owes some of its success to an early decision to create its own bank.
Okay. I'm sorry I keep pausing here. I just keep having comments to respond to. So what happened with the tankie? They proved themselves to probably not be a tankie, but rather a Nazi. They called me some anti-Semitic and homophobic stuff, and then I banned them. And that's it. So that was the end of that one. So sorry you missed the fireworks, the big excitement of the night. Wait a minute, what is going on here? Are these like puppet accounts? Stalin is woke and based. I haven't studied Stalin, so I don't really know. I don't have any comments on his stuff. And red pilled? Well, a different kind of red pilled, sure. Oh boy. Okay. So you're another one. I'm not even going to respond to that. We're going to move on in the video.
Credit unions, which if you remember are a type of consumer co-op, can help to finance worker co-ops and generally make things more co-op-y. This is one reason I don't think worker co-ops should be the sole form of organisation in an economy. Consumer co-ops, supplier co-ops, and worker co-ops can all coexist and indeed complement one another, as Logan Yates explained.
Aside from strikes, many 19th century workers...
That last account that's been spamming stuff. It's the same stuff that the last guy, the original tanky guy spammed. So, just another puppet account. Oh, Lenin died a capitalist. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Cooperatives were created to meet genuine social needs that made for business opportunities. For example, consumer cooperatives have sold goods competitively for over a century in the United Kingdom, lowering the cost of living for working families by returning a regular dividend to their member customers based on patronage. The consumer cooperatives encouraged the development of workers' cooperatives to supply them with goods.
I mean, dude, if you're just going to spam random stuff in the chat too, I'm going to ban you as well, because let's keep focused on at least what the conversation is. We're talking about worker-owned cooperatives. If you got something to say about that, let's hear it. Otherwise, you're going to have to go because you're just being a nuisance.
The cooperative model was also widely and successfully adapted to agriculture and to an environment in which farmers were accustomed to helping each other through catastrophes
I'm saying it.
Variety.
Sorry, no, not you, Wolf Skeptic. I'm saying it to the other person. I try not to even say people's names because it gives them way more attention than they often deserve. No, you're totally fine. Wolf Skeptic. It's the other guy. The guy is just spamming random stuff. So let's again keep focused. Yeah, I know. I've seen you in other chats, Wolf Skeptic. I know you're at least a good faith person, and you tend to agree with the stuff that we're talking about. So don't think that I'm criticizing you. If I'm not using names directly, it's because I don't like to give trolls more attention than they deserve. So you say worker cooperatives have cherry-picked research used to support them. People want to bring up Mondragon, which seems to resemble a normal corporation instead of some kind of grassroots worker-owned run company. They don't want to bring up the experiments like Cooperative Group in the UK. Well, I mean, there's far fewer cooperatives than there are regular corporations. So, of course, it's also easy to cherry-pick the people that do a cooperative and it doesn't work out for them, right? So you could cherry pick it in the other direction as well. He went through at the beginning of this video, which I encourage you to go back at some time and look at. He backed up the many different benefits that have been found across the various types of worker cooperatives. Things like more employee loyalty, less employee turnover, more satisfaction in the cooperative, less chance of the worker-owned cooperative failing in the first few years of operation as compared to traditionally organized capitalist institutions or enterprises, I should say. There are not 99% of failures in worker cooperatives. That's just not true. You don't have to make it to become relevant. You just have to organize yourself as a worker cooperative. And then if you fail, you're counted among the failure statistics. And if you don't, then you're not. But I mean, this is just statistics, though. It's just looking at all of your average corporately constructed company versus your average worker-owned cooperative, and looking at the failure rate overall. It's not only the ones that make the news that they talk about. This is statistical analysis. It goes beyond just headlines. So your facts are wrong. That's not what they bear out. They have a lower failure rate than average traditional corporate enterprises in the first few years of their existence. Oh, and he's talking against unions as well. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, they're not uncapitalist entirely. They still depend on capitalism. They still operate within capitalist frameworks, for sure. You're going too fast, though. If you want me to actually respond to stuff, you got to slow down there, though, because I'm not just going to give you one sentence, quips to respond to you. I'm going to actually try and answer your questions and respond to the points you're making. So you say they're not uncapitalist, it's just another type of company. True. But they do away with the most pernicious and egregious part of capitalism, which is the worker and owner dichotomy. They combine the two. Every worker is an owner, every owner is a worker. So, yeah, they don't go beyond capitalism entirely. They still rely on other companies that are themselves capitalist. They may rely on supply chains that are inherently exploitative of other workers. So they don't go beyond it, but it definitely can be a good stepping stone towards a more fair and just society. So sure, but no one says that they, go completely do away with all of capitalism as soon as everyone is part of a worker cooperative. That's just not the case. Second, worker co-ops are probably undesired economically because all worker wants is a huge salary and no time worked. Well, that's a very dim view of humanity. I'm assuming you own your own business if you're coming up with that opinion. And if you don't, well, I really feel sorry for you. No, if everyone is an owner and everyone is a worker at the same time, they have a huge vested interest in the enterprise succeeding. They have a huge interest in keeping their coworkers honest and not allowing people to just slack and skate by. And they actually have a means to do things about that. If you have bad management and that's bringing your company down, you have something you can do about it if you have a worker-owned cooperative. If people are continuing to slack and try and skate by on the efforts of others, regardless of correction courses or whatnot, you have the means to remove them. You don't have to just depend on your boss doing the right thing, right? Okay, but see, that's the okay. I'm trying to get through all your comments. You're going too fast for me to actually address all of them. So you're saying unions are bad because they provide huge salary and that's bad for the economy. The economy is what's good for the economy is lots of people being screwed over. Wiping the way to, yeah, okay. You don't actually want to have a conversation. That's fine. I'll just keep on going and you can, oh boy. Yep. Yet another one. I'm going to actually report this one. So fun. You think it's really cool to just keep doing this. Here, have another one banned. Who cares? That's I'm gonna have to get that off the screen. Sorry. Idiot has to spam shit in chat, so we gotta do away with it. I don't know how to report a profile that well, but they definitely need to be reported. User actions. Let's see now. We can report. Chat ban evasion. Actually, that's not the best one. It's offensive content. Where is that one? Sexually explicit stuff. Nudity in user pick. So hopefully they'll just get their IP banned and that'll be the end of it. There we go. So it's going to be a few more comments before I can put that chat overlay back up there because of that unfortunate person. Anyway, trying to get back to what you're actually talking about. So there is no statistics. I mean, there is, though. Of course, you can test whether or not a co-op versus a traditional business has a success or failure rate. How could you not test that? How are they organized? Do they succeed or fail within the first few years? That's how you test that. oh, we cannot measure these things. These are beyond the quantifiable. Like, what the hell kind of a take is that? Economics is not a field, I guess, which can be easily scientifically tested. We're talking about statistical analysis, which can be applied to economics, especially if we're just looking at one business type versus another. Why could you not do that? All right, and then so the Amazing Wolf Skeptic said, by that logic, Deng Xiaoping was a capitalist because he wanted to build up the productive forces of socialism. Then again, you're an anarchist, so you might disagree on the stuff because I'm an ML. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I try not to put out an opinion about the way that China or the USSR, for that matter, actually manifested in the real world because I just don't have enough information. I haven't studied it close enough, and I don't think it would be responsible to give an opinion about something that I don't know that much about, really. What I'm more concerned with is the theories that underpin this stuff and how we can use them to better our own selves and our own world. So I'm not trying to dodge the subject or anything. I'd rather not give an opinion that I don't feel is well-founded or informed. Which is why I also try to avoid talking about individuals, because again, I think individuals are much less important than the theories that they're putting forth into the world. That's just how it is. I think it's much more important to look at the theories and the ideas and then apply them to our own lives. I think that's much more useful. So why do the employees have a vested interest in the enterprise succeeding if they won't really see the dividends of that enterprise succeeding? That's a good question for the traditional form of capitalism, isn't it? If you as a worker can bust your ass flipping burgers faster, having better customer service, whatever your industry is, it doesn't matter. If you work yourself to the bone and all you get is not fired, or maybe the chance of promotion, but again, to be promoted, that's a by design. There's fewer and fewer of those slots the further up you go, so not everyone can do that. But if that's your only reward, then why would you ever want to be more productive than you need to be? Why wouldn't you ever just want to do a baseline amount of work to not get fired under the traditional top-down, owner takes all sort of system? That seems like a strike against your idea, not mine. In mine, if everyone has a democratic say in things like compensation, then you do get more by helping your company succeed more. You have a vested interest. If you get to vote on who gets compensated what, it's pretty obvious where that interest comes from, where that incentive comes from, that the company succeed. The same thing for not allowing people as free riders. The incentive is the same. They're dragging your company down. That actually has a material disadvantage to you personally because, they're, as worker owners, receiving those dividends just like you are. So that doesn't make sense to me. That seems to be a point against you, not for you. And if you're making comments down below, I'm not looking at them yet. So just know that I'm only doing that in the order that I'm finding them. I've had to take the chat overlay away because I don't want to violate TOS, and we have a baby troll who just cannot take people not paying attention to them, really. So yeah, China has a booming GDP and lack of famines because of central control of its economy, though. It's in fact beating the US because of this. Eventually may overtake the US as the world's foremost economic powerhouse because of that centralized control. Because not everything is entirely profit driven. I at least know that much about China's economy. But that's all really beside the point anyway. This whole video, this whole discussion is not just a defense of China. It's not really anything to do with China. So that's kind of not even germane to the conversation. And I would agree, Amazing Wolf Skeptic. I wouldn't say every argument made against communism is a capitalist projecting, but a hell of a lot of them are. A hell of a lot of them are just projecting the faults of capitalism onto other countries. You know, the systemic poverty, the inability to control your own life or have much control over, you know, the place that you spend the vast majority of your working hours, that being your workplace. These are all things that are, you know, problems that are rampant under capitalism. Oh no, inequality, wiping away tears with cheeseburgers and copied iPhones. I don't even know what a copied iPhone is. Doesn't really matter. So because we have some whiz bang consumer goods and cheap fast food, we should just shut up and take it and accept whatever system we want. We should never want more control over our workplace. We should never want to have more of a vested interest in the enterprise that we devote so much of our time and effort and brain towards. I'm not following that at all. That's just the shut up and take it argument. Be happy that you get what you do, which is not really much of a ringing endorsement for capitalism, to be honest. Why does that system sound good just because we have a couple things? What's good for the economy is not workers being paid $5 million for every microsecond, which is what happened in Detroit. When were workers paid $5 million per what a microsecond? What even unit of time is that? How are they being paid millions of dollars for not working? I mean, you're just vaguely gesturing at things. I don't know what you're getting at. Yeah, I will probably ban them, Wolf Skeptic. We'll see how the rest of this goes here. But I mean, they're not. I mean, at the same time, they're not being overtly chuddy. And that's usually the trip line for me. If you just disagree, that's fine. But if you derail a discussion and you're not really contributing anything, then that's completely another thing. Union politics and pro-worker policies and general SOCDEM policies of local government killed Detroit in the 1970s. Right. It wasn't automation. It wasn't outsourcing of jobs. It wasn't the capitalists that did it because they could. It was the workers being too greedy, thinking that they deserved to have a nice middle-class home by working. You know, a nice middle-class life where they could send their kids to college, where they could afford to put family or food on their family's plate. All the basics of the world is the greedy workers that brought Detroit down, right? Oh boy. Yeah, Cuba is one of the most democratic systems that I've come across. I would agree with that opinion, Wolf Skeptic. Let's see, to the greater extent, the 1970s was the decade of stagflation, precisely for this reason. Lots of stock dems, lots of unions, lots of left-wing people being not intelligent. And what do we have after that? We had Reaganomics, which was the death of the unionization, the death of worker organization and worker rights. It eventually led to the death of most of the social safety net. We got rid of welfare in the 90s as a result of that. And for what? So the economy could be better for a few people? This is the great system that you want us all to gather around to worship? How have things been for the average person since the end of the 1970s? They have been worse. Real wages have not gone up for workers since that point. Home ownership has gone down. By virtually every metric of this being a good economic system, things have gotten worse. The only people that it's gotten better for are the people that are at the top, for the people who are owners. So again, it's not again a ringing endorsement for capitalism that unions were destroyed and the average person couldn't have a factory job and expect to make it, and that people now often scramble to have 2 or 3 part-time jobs just to make ends meet and don't even have health care with that. Like, is this really the best of all possible worlds to you? No guarantees or protections for workers? Everything in the name of profit for the few? That doesn't seem like a great world to me. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about China anymore because that's not really the subject. So you say, what the hell kind of take is that? Oh, you are still laboring under the false theory that everything is subject to science. Incorrect. Science does not well in very objective, easy. Science does well in very objective, easy to define domains. Science does extremely poorly in the non-quantifiable subjects, arbitrary domains. How is these businesses are organized this way, these businesses are organized another way? Which one of them, on average, fails within the first couple of years more often? How is that not quantifiable? You can't just say that because it relates to economics that we cannot employ any sort of statistical analysis, that science just holds no domain here, as though it's like magic, which apparently is how you think all of this is held together. That's just bogus. Like, we can look at the average failure rate of these two types of systems and we can draw some conclusions. Why can't we? I'm not seeing why we can't do that. You just saying science holds no sway over the economy, that's just a statement. That's not anything backed up by a fact or anything. Like, make a better argument. Economics are not the same as art or the movies, which is another form of art, by the way. It's not just subjective opinion. It's not just subjectively, well, I believe this is a worker cooperative, but I'm not sure. We can look at that. It's not as though you can have two different opinions on that. There's a metric that we can set up, this top-down system where workers have no control versus this more democratic system where workers have control. These are two ways of organizing. You can make a delineation between the two, and then you can quantify how often this side fails versus how often that side fails. It's doable. I mean, before you said there's no statistics. Now you're saying that we can't even use statistics to analyze this stuff, that we just have to what? Take the word of economists? What's the alternative here? My gut tells me that top-down corporations are better, and so therefore it must be. Like, what is even your alternative way to look at this stuff? I mean, even social sciences, they're not hard sciences, but you can still build some general rules about human behavior and interaction using them. You can come up with policies that tend to work versus policies that don't tend to work. We can still apply statistical analysis. So to say that science just has no bearing on this is ridiculous. We can, I don't even understand that statement at all. We can indeed have conversations about which economic systems are better or not, but those conversations will not lend themselves to science. Why not? We can see outcomes. We can measure generalized outcomes. Statistics are a scientific tool used to analyze very complex things, including economies. All right, let's scroll down some more here. I have a feeling the chat is way far away from all this stuff, and I'm just getting stun locked at this point. So I don't want to completely kill the momentum here, but I'm finding some of these questions at least interesting to answer. Okay, yeah, more stuff about China. I don't care about that stuff. I don't care about these individual cases. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a very basic economic system here that is, traditional capitalism versus at least a more egalitarian democratic one. So, okay. Yeah, okay. A lot more stuff that's off topic. Wait, did you say Iran is communist? Okay, you said it's not communist. At least you got that part right. uh, okay. I mean, you're giving me very, like, edgy teenager vibes here, baby's first economic book, and now you think you know everything about it when, I don't know. You're not really responding to anything that I'm saying either, so at a certain point, it's just more for the benefit of the audience that I'm just responding to this stuff. Okay. I'm getting a little more hostile here. Our tanky's mauled. Okay, some more confusion. Let's see. Kropotkin209 says, what are your favorite mutual aids? I don't know is that supposed to be a joke or something? I don't get it. Can't win the game of capitalism, so hates it. That's like the most lazy argument ever. You just don't like capitalism because you're not getting ahead. Could it be that maybe you like the game of capitalism because you're doing better at it than others? If you're winning at it, you would be an owner. So could it be that maybe you're a little bit blinded by your own bias towards a system that works really well for you, but not for most people? Structurally, that maybe that's why you are backing it up. I don't like capitalism because it is inherently exploitative of workers at the expense or for the benefit of the owners. That's why I don't like it. Oh boy, lots more bickering. Going to an Antifa meeting to read Bakunin next week. Boy, is this just yet another one of these trolls? Oh boy, here we go. All right, let's back up. Let's back up. We got another person to ban. I guess I think it's probably just the same guy coming in again and again. Ban. Okay, so there's that one. Wait, when did I say Detroit had a sock dem economy? I don't know. Unions killed Detroit. Okay. How about, some evidence of that, but we're not even talking about unions. So again, I think I'm just not going to entertain that. We're way too far behind in comments to even get to that point. And I may just have to ignore chat for a while we get back on track here. I'm not talking about quantifying 5% of the conversation. I'm talking about lots of metrics you can quantify. You can quantify reported workplace satisfaction. You can quantify employee turnover. Those are numbers. How often do you have employee turnover? You can quantify failure rates. You can quantify a whole lot of stuff that talk about how workplace democracies tend to work better for the workers too. But beyond that, the main reason to do it is because it is not nearly as exploitative as the current dominant system. So whether or not we can quantify amount of exploitation, that doesn't really matter. The point is, it just is less exploitative. And when everyone is an owner, everyone gets the benefit of ownership. And that's pretty much at its most simple. I think I can ban from here, can't I? Yeah, we'll do that one. Oh, I can ban people out of Restream chat. Well, that's useful. That's very useful. Cool. I can get rid of these idiots with their dumb profiles. Keep popping up again and again. Like, I really must have touched a nerve in that person if they feel the need to keep creating accounts and coming back again and again. Let's see what else we got. Since the 1980s, we've been sliding further and further into social democracy. Oh boy. There's that big brain logic and facts that I was looking for. Except for we shredded the entire social safety net. We literally got rid of welfare. There's no longer a system called welfare. There are food benefits and there is emergency assistance, but that's limited over your lifetime. And there is medical assistance for the very poor. And that is the bulk of what's left of the social safety net at all. For the average person who works enough that they can't get on to medical assistance, it's difficult to get medical coverage in the U.S. So where is that social democracy that we're talking about? Social democracies are characterized by a lot of social programs to help ease the worst damage caused by capitalism. We don't have a lot of redistribution. I mean, the tax rates, the tax brackets are some of the lowest in the world in the U.S. By any of the tax brackets, much lower than they were in even the 70s. So tell me how we've been sliding into social democracy. What is it? Is it just because some cultural issues have come to the fore and people have had arguments about that? And what, now we have gay marriage, so all of a sudden that somehow has an effect on us economically? Like, I'm not making the connection how we're a much more socially democratic system than we once were. If anything, we've been sliding further and further into neoliberalism this entire time. Endless wars, endless conflicts around the world. We never get out of continuing expansion of military empire for our economic interests. Less and less protections for workers. Worker participation in all forms of labor movements is at an all-time low. Where is this social democracy you're talking about? Just because a few cultural issues are more prominent now, that's the only thing I could even think of where you would make that mistake. So yeah, I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah, good. Yeah, exactly. Wolf skeptic. Well, Lenin guy, I'm sorry that your brain is so limited that you can't imagine another system than the one we live under. You can't imagine more democracy, more freedom, more agency in people's personal lives than they have right now. But that system is entirely possible. It definitely is possible. Even marginally better countries than the U.S., such as the Scandinavian social democracies, things are much better for the average worker, at least within those countries. They still rely on colonialism and exploitation of the third world, and they still have a lot of inequality that comes from capitalism, but they're still a lot better off. We could at least get to that point and still have a great country that would, would still resemble much of what it does today. Maybe you can talk about this productivity. See, again, you have to cast aspersions on my character to even try and make a point. You really don't have any substance that you're coming with. You make a statement, and then you insult, and then you make a statement, and then you insult, and then you say, well, we're just all too small-brained to understand it. These aren't really arguments. I mean, you're not backing it up with anything. So I guess I'm just going to kind of skim over him from this point on, if that's all you got to contribute, because I mean, what else is the point, really? Yeah, in fact, I'm just not going to engage with you right now. I'm going to skip over all your comments, get up to the current one. I think we can put the chat overlay back on for now. And now that especially now that I know that I can ban people from the restream, so at least it's not showing up there. That's good. Anyway, let's continue on with the video, which is actually the main source, the main reason that we're coming together today. Yeah, Reaganomics is the 80s. Very good point, Natalie. Thank you. Not social democracy. You think Reagan was a social democrat or something? Name me a social democratic president since the 80s. One who even postured that way. I mean, Clinton was a Republican, and it was only a Democrat in name. Most of his policies had come directly from the Republican Party. That's how he had gained purchase at all, and was able to even win election, because he just stole a bunch of their policies. Because Reaganomics had become such a popular part of the zeitgeist. Bush was definitely not was definitely not a social democrat. Obama wasn't either. Very much increased the surveillance state, and only gave us a half measure of a healthcare system, which did away with pre-existing conditions as something you could ding people for to get on their health insurance. But I mean, if that's all it takes to be a social democrat, is the very smallest amount of policy that is charitable towards the working poor, then man, that's an incredibly low bar. I don't know. I don't see those policies at all. So it's hard to even engage with that.
In summary, worker co-ops may have a number of benefits, but we have to be careful when generalizing the evidence. Existing worker co-ops are likely to be a selected sample of highly motivated people who buy into the idea and operate in industries and locations where co-ops are more likely to succeed. If we are to expand the policy, we need to be aware of the weaknesses of worker co-ops and the challenges they will face. But despite these doubts, there is little evidence that worker democracy is an unviable form of enterprise. Policies which aim to extend community efforts, including funding, education, and raising awareness, can help to expand worker and other forms of co-ops.
All right, dude. It's been fun, Lennon, but I mean, if you're just going to be like insulting other people in chat who actually want to have a conversation, then I can't see the usefulness of you being here anymore. And I'll have to say adieu, at least for now. So you just put it away for now. Biden is a conservative. Absolutely true. There's no doubt about it. How could you read him as anything else? I mean, he didn't even want to do the Green New Deal. That was too liberal for him. What are you talking about? Of course Biden's a conservative. What are you talking about? Where is this? What do you think is a communist or something? What are the communist policies that he wants to implement? Or the socialist? What does he want to do that's anything but conservative? Like, come on. Okay. Looks like we got another one. Oh, man. You're going to be banned. Goodbye, Erico Malatesta. Yet another one of the puppets. Boy. Ted Cruz is conservative. Even then, yeah. Okay. This is how it's going to be. Lennon guy. If you don't get it under control, I'm going to have to at least mute you for a while, because this is not productive and I'm devoting way too much time to you in the first place. So this is your final warning. Get it together, watch the video, or you can leave.
Pragmatically and from the ground up. We'll note these down as entry number 2 in our bag of policies. The good news is that there are also some benefits of worker democracy that are based on more reliable evidence, and we'll turn to these in the next section. The punchline of this evidence is that worker democracy is, wait for it, good for workers. When I was a teenager, I had a job in data entry at the office of Debenhams, a UK department store. 1 month in, I had a performance review, and at one point they asked me if I had any questions of my own. My only question was simple: what is my job? I knew the name of the company that it sold clothes and that I was entering data about them, but I didn't know why. This line of sight problem is where workers are disconnected from the fruits of their labour and lack an understanding of how the company fits together. Marx, of course, would have just called it alienation. Once I was informed that I was writing data for the Debenhams website, I naturally took a look at it. As a result, I understood much better how terrible the website was and how futile my efforts really were. That's probably why Debenhams is currently in liquidation. The line of sight problem means that workers may not understand the company, affecting their motivation and ability to contribute to the broader goals of the organisation. It's the flip side of the problem in The Undercover Boss, where the people at the top have only a bird's eye view with little idea of how the company actually operates day to day.
This is a very good point. If your particular position is very, very specialized, you may not even understand how it fits into the broader whole of the company. And in fact, it may not even fit into the broader whole. It may just be one of those bullshit jobs that David Graeber talks about, where you are just fulfilling some system that is completely superfluous to the actual running of the company and making of a profit. But it might not be also. It might actually be vital, and you just don't understand how it fits in. But this is another opportunity for having more buy-in as a worker owner, where you would actually get to understand the different parts of the company. At the very least, when you have your shareholder meetings, which you would be a part of as a voting member, you'd get to understand. There'd be like, reports from various departments. You could get to see the entire workings of the company. I know I only see a very small part of either of the companies that I work for and how they work. I don't see a lot of that behind the scenes stuff. With landscaping, and I know that to be true, with landscaping, I accidentally saw a document that showed things like how much they charged the client for per man hour, which was literally double what they were giving me as a salary, but that's beside the point. I got a little peek behind the curtain, and I realized how much I really didn't know about the way that the company operates, how it does its bidding, how it finds its clients, a whole bunch of stuff. Now, if I were a worker member of that company, I would have access to all that information. And at the very least, through the times when we get together to vote on stuff. And I'd be able to see, how this fits together, how these people are important. There's people in the companies that I work for that I have no clue even exist or what their jobs even are. At the very least, getting together for voting would change that somewhat. I'd at least get to see a little bit behind the curtain and get a broader view of the workings of my business.
An area of research that speaks to the line of sight problem, though doesn't always call it that, is on employee stock ownership. These schemes entitle employees to shares in the company, which supplement their income through dividends or help them build wealth, often for retirement. In the UK, USA and Japan, stock ownership seems to be the most widespread. But these stock options may give workers ownership without giving them control. In some cases, they even entail what's called phantom stock, which doesn't give employees actual stock but ties their pay to the company's performance. Many studies have found that employee stock ownership by itself can boost the performance of a firm, increasing its productivity and survival rates slightly. But there's more to it than this simple finding. One study looked at firms in the USA, some of which use what the study's authors called shared capitalism, which includes stock options and other profit-sharing practices. The study finds that higher degrees of shared capitalism are associated with greater trust levels, information sharing, perceptions of fairness, and cooperation between workers themselves.
So there you go. There's more of that incentive that you somehow claim was not there, Lennon. Even this very basic system of profit sharing, they found that there's more trust, information sharing, participation, or perceptions of fairness and cooperation just from that small move alone. It's like a pizza party on steroids. It builds trust without actually having to give a whole lot up of your actual control, but at least you get the average employee more invested. Malatesta was making you feel uncomfortable when they started asking me. Yeah, I banned them. If you, you know what, I will report them as well for that stuff. So, thank you for bringing that up, though. That's disgusting behavior. I'm sure it was yet another sock account of this Nazi who I've pissed off tonight. Cannot get enough
The
of me.
study also looks at the relationship of shared capitalism to harder outcomes like profitability and the likelihood employees will leave. Most interestingly, they investigate how these things are affected by the combination of ownership and participation. And this is important for the idea of worker democracy. There's quite a bit going on in this graph, so let's unpack it. On the y-axis, we have the outcome we are interested in, voluntary turnover, which is when employees leave the organization of their own volition. Ideally, we want this to be low, though perhaps not zero. On the x-axis, we have a measure of how empowered employees are, using the index of trust, participation, and information sharing constructed by the authors of the study. The brown or red or whatever color line that is shows the effect of employee empowerment on voluntary turnover for firms with no shared capitalism, with the dotted lines representing the bounds of uncertainty. The black line shows the same for firms with a high degree of shared capitalism. For the firms without shared capitalism, greater empowerment has no effect on workers' likelihood of leaving, as shown by the flatness of the brown-red line. Perhaps this is because workers do not value greater responsibilities without ownership. But for the firms with shared capitalism, greater empowerment is associated with lower voluntary turnover, as shown by the downward slope of the black line. In other words, under shared capitalism, people are less likely to leave when they are given a bigger role in the firm's decisions. It seems the combination of ownership through shared capitalism and of control through empowerment produces lower turnover rates than either one on their own. Merely owning stocks is not enough. You have to be able to take part in the running of the organization to make the ownership meaningful. The authors comment.
Our interpretation is that employees may react badly to shared capitalism when they are closely supervised and not given the tools to improve performance. We want you to be inspired by the shared rewards, but we're still going to keep a close eye on you. In this case, the shared capitalism may be seen primarily as shifting financial risk onto employees.
In addition, a measure of the firm's profitability, the return on equity, does not seem to be negatively affected by employee ownership and control. Other studies have found similar effects, though of course I've simplified the findings slightly. One question you might ask is, how does this study account for the selection bias we were worried about earlier? Well, that's a good question. After all, it could be that firms which are generally more labour-friendly are just more likely to have shared capitalism. And it's this labour-friendliness, rather than the shared capitalism itself, which is driving the lower quit rates of employees. If that's the case, this isn't great evidence in favour of worker democracy. Well, every firm in the shared capitalism study was from a list of the 100 best places to work in the USA, so it's fair to say that every firm in the study has labour-friendly policies and a happy, motivated workforce. It's instructive that even among the most labour-friendly companies in the country, worker democracy is associated with better outcomes. Expanding share ownership rights and combining them with participation rights may be a practical path to worker democracy, especially in countries like the USA, UK and Japan, where they are already more common and where ecosystems of worker co-ops like the ones in continental Europe are less prevalent. This was, in fact, the logic of former Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell's proposals in the UK for the 2019 election. We'll note this down as entry number 3 in our bag of policies. A second approach to account for selection bias is to look at individual workers who change.
I was aware that Joe Biden did not come out in support of gay marriage until it was already legal. Pretty courageous stance, wouldn't you say? Also, as the architect of the crime bill, which locked up more black and brown people for arbitrary reasons than any other single piece of legislation, Joe Biden is firmly on the right wing. So as the chatter was saying earlier, or trying to assert earlier that he was somehow a leftist, that's absolutely not true. Biden is in his best times a centrist, and at his worst, completely right wing. He increased funding to police. If people keep squawking about how, oh, they're defunding police across the country. No place has defunded the police except for I think there's one place in New Jersey, and they saw a decrease in crime. But no other place has actually gone through. They didn't do it in Minneapolis. It was found to go against the charter. Oh well, thanks for the raid exotic. Oh wait. Oh wait. Yeah. Well, here comes another ban, fella. Yeah, not thanks to the raid. You gotta stop this, dude. Like, is this really so fun for you? Yep. So yeah. There we go. So I'm gonna reload the chat overlay there. There we go. Just doesn't quit. Like, you're a disgusting person, whoever keeps doing this. And you have a really sad life if this is what you devote most of your time to, is just harassing people online.
Change their employment between different types of firms. One study in Uruguay looked at pay and measures of inequality between what the study calls capitalist firms and worker-managed firms. This graph shows the mean to median pay ratio for capitalist firms over time, depicted in grey, and worker-managed firms, depicted in black. If the mean is higher than the median, the average pay in the organisation is skewed upwards by those at the top, and doesn't reflect the pay of most workers. You can see that the ratio is above 1 for both types of organisation in every year, so those at the top are always paid more, even in worker-managed firms.
That's funny.
However, the grey line is always...
Sorry to keep interrupting, but it looks like Twitch has finally caught up with them. The reports that I submitted, I'm not even able to ban that last person who raided in because they're already a gray name. They are no longer an account. So hopefully that's the end of that. Really, what a sad, pathetic life if all you do is go around and say sexually inappropriate things to people online, and racist, homophobic stuff. It's just, I'm sorry for whoever hurt you in your life, but please get some help. Like, that's not an okay way to behave among people that you would meet in person. There's no reason to think it's okay to behave that way online. That's just disgusting. And you don't do a service to any of the positions that you hold by coming in here and acting that way. But yeah, let's keep going.
Is substantially above the black line, so capitalist firms have a higher mean to median pay ratio, making them less equal than worker-managed firms. The panel data in this study also allows us to look at behaviour over time. This means that we can see what happens to an individual worker's pay when they change between the two types of firm. This is important because the worker is fixed, so any change in pay can't be explained by the fact that worker-managed and capitalist firms just employ different types of people. It seems that there is a slight pay boost on average for moving to a worker-managed firm, but workers at the bottom benefit while those at the top may even lose out. According to the study, the average worker will receive a pay rise in both absolute terms and relative to those at the top when they join a worker-managed firm. The flip side of this is that worker-managed firms may suffer from a brain drain as talented individuals leave to higher-paying firms, another challenge for worker democracy. A third and final approach to account for selection bias is to follow a given business and given set of workers over time to see how capitalist and worker-managed firms respond differently to changes in circumstances. What happens when there's a recession or just less demand for a particular firm's products?
So what are they saying to you now? Like, yeah, it's definitely a bad faith rate. I don't even know where it's coming from. It's just Stream Elements that's telling me that this is happening. I may just have to turn off Stream Elements for now. Let's see if... I'm just going to turn off the chat bot, I think. I'm not sure how to do that, actually. Please don't leave the chat, though, Amazing Wolf Skeptic. I mean, if you don't feel safe, that I totally understand. Ew, that's really disgusting behavior. Yeah. Let's see what my options are. I'll just have to ban them this way. I see. So they're just harassing by hosting me. So I'm going to report them. Okay, so now they've been blocked. Hopefully they won't be able to raid anymore, but I'm going to have to go into my settings to change that. So that I disallow raids from people that are not following. It's really annoying to have to do all this stuff. I apologize for the lag in content here. Only raids from friends, teammates, and followed channels. There we go. That should do it for now anyway. Okay. So that should block any future raids from them. Hopefully we can get back to it. This is so ridiculous. Like, get a life, dude. Get a life. If people are saying things online that you don't like, just move along. It's that easy. It's really that easy. But at least I've been able to ban them, and I'm not going to allow any sort of raid from channels that I don't follow from this point forward. All right. Hopefully that'll
How
keep
does the
everyone
organization
safe.
cope? Another Uruguayan study looked at how...
And just personally, I do apologize, Wolf Skeptic, for all the harassment. You came here for some good discussion, and instead you got disgusting harassment from a Nazi. And that's not what I want for anybody. So I do apologize for that happening to you. Hopefully that has at least stopped it for now, so we can move on without further harassment. But we'll see.
Pay and employment respond for the different organizational forms. They find that when facing lower demand or recessions, worker co-ops are much less likely to fire employees, instead opting to reduce wages across the board. Co-ops therefore protect the employment of their members, while capitalist firms are happy to shed them to remain profitable.
And maybe a deal has a point about the machinery of capitalism being oiled with the blood of the workers.
The authors of the study note that these results are similar to studies in Italy and in the USA. Volatile pay may also help to explain the inconsistent evidence on whether workers are paid more in worker-managed firms, which we mentioned earlier. Since pay at worker-managed firms varies so much more than at conventional firms, it really depends on when and where you take the sample. In a recession, worker-managed firms may pay less. In a boom, they may pay more. Pay will also vary across industries depending on the conditions they're facing at the time. In summary, we have looked at more rigorous evidence to establish the benefits of worker democracy for workers. Number 1. Among US firms which are already considered great places to work, firms with a combination of shared capitalism and worker empowerment retain workers more and have at least as high profitability. Number 2. Workers who move to cooperative firms from capitalist firms in Uruguay benefit from greater pay at the bottom, both in absolute terms and relative to those at the top. Number 3. In Italy, Uruguay and the USA, worker-managed firms respond to downturns by cutting pay instead of employment, retaining their workers. I want to stress...
And that last point, I think, is really critical. Because downturns in the economy can affect everyone, as long as you're in a market-based system, where you are relying on economic principles to keep everything moving along and things being distributed. But it's almost always going to be far worse to lose your job completely than it is to just have a reduction in pay. And if everyone across the board is agreeing to the changes in pay, there's a lot more solidarity that can take place. We know it's not punishing one individual the way it can seem if you are downsized in a company, but instead that everyone is sharing the burden equally. So I think that can add to a lot of more buy-in when you have more control of your workplace. And I mean, just in general, sure, if you are laid off, that might give you an opportunity to find a better job, but more than likely it's just going to hurt you. Most people don't have a lot of savings to really keep themselves going. You can get unemployment, but that's usually never 100%. The last pandemic and its special rules notwithstanding. But in general, when you get unemployment, it's not your full compensation because of that dumb old capitalist myth that you have to keep, prodding people to keep working or else they just stop working, which has never been found to be the case, at least not as a general rule. So in general, losing your job is going to hurt you more often on average as a worker. So at least keeping it and taking less compensation seems like a better alternative as long as we have to suffer markets.
Stress again that even this evidence isn't perfect, but it's a lot better than any of the studies from our earlier summary of the literature. Given that worker democracy seems to have numerous benefits, one question remains. Is it a sustainable type of organization? Can it continue to exist over the long term? Or will worker democracy ultimately succumb to the pressures of competition and scale? We now turn to how to maintain worker democracy in the context of a capitalist economy.
Pretty critical.
Worker democracy faces many challenges, especially as organizations grow into corporations and are forced to compete on international markets. Without proper channels from workers to the top of the corporation, the firms may become worker democratic in name only, as the democratic mechanisms which worked before are no longer effective. Share ownership and participation, which we discussed in the previous section, is one way of empowering workers in such a setting. But it may not be enough if workers do not have influence at the corporate level. In this part of the video, we're going to investigate two main cases. Firstly, the Mondragon Corporation in the Basque region of Spain. Secondly, the case of worker representation on corporate boards that is common in parts of Northern and Central Europe. Both of these examples of worker democracy have serious issues in my opinion, but they hopefully highlight how we can hope to do things better. To start with the first one, Mondragon has long been held up as a shining example of worker democracy at scale. It grew from one co-op with 5 workers in 1956 to around 100 co-ops with 80,000 workers today. It stretches across a number of businesses including finance, manufacturing, retail, and knowledge, whatever that means. Earlier I spoke about the dangers of generalizing the benefits of worker co-ops from the selected sample of people employed by them. In his evaluation of Mondragon, Anders Asa Christiansen echoes these concerns.
Given its beginnings, the conception of democracy in Mondragon has depended on a homogeneous group pursuing an agreed upon common good. As Mondragon grew in size, it also grew in diversity. Members were no longer self-selecting adherents of cooperativism and production required greater division of labour. Today, with a membership of over 80,000, a conception of democracy based on the common good cannot accommodate the diversity of interests that are found in Mondragon. There are many conflicting views between members of different cooperatives, between workers and management within each respective group.
Christensen argues that Mondragon's problems may stem from its attachment to a type of democracy based on participation and consensus, which only really works at the level of an individual co-op. According to this argument, democracy is most effective when relatively small groups of people are striving towards a common goal and can easily discuss and control the strategy of the co-op.
And of course, this makes sense, even from a logistical organizing point of view. It's a lot easier to get together with just 5 coworkers, if that's your entire business, and discuss strategy and the way things are going to go and all these important issues, compensation, all these sorts of things. The more people you get, the more difficult it is to manage a democracy, up until the point where you get so many people that direct democracy is no longer possible. And you have to work towards a more representative form. That's just how it's been found logistically to shake out. Even in the most democratic places in the world, once they get to a certain size, you pretty much have to give things over to some form of representation, because there's just too many people to organize together. Even just to get them into one place to vote on things would be ridiculous. We talked about the example of trying to organize Amazon, and it's 900,000 people as a worker-owned cooperative. No way to get that many people together in one space to hash anything out. So you have to move towards more representative forms, which means less democracy overall. But it's just a trade-off of efficiency versus power, really, and spreading power out as much as possible. And so far, we haven't figured out how to get around that yet.
This just isn't possible in a corporate environment with tens of thousands of workers whose interests, values, and knowledge all diverge. The current system at Mondragon deals with this by having the individual worker co-ops elect representatives who form a congress and in turn elect a governing body, which itself elects a president. There are clearly several layers of hierarchy separating the workers from the governing body, who are only accountable to the congress of elected representatives rather than to the workers directly. Members have complained that they are not listened to, and in one case fewer workers said that they felt they were part of the firm than those at a comparable private company. It seems that the worker democratic model has come under strain owing to the pressures of international competition, the challenges of scale, and poor policy choices. For example, one of Mondragon's long-standing boasts was that it never laid off workers. Instead, they would relocate unproductive members of one cooperative elsewhere or reduce pay during hard times, in line with the studies we saw earlier. However, over the past few decades, Mondragon has seen a steady growth of contract workers who do not count as members of the organisation and therefore do not have democratic voting rights. In 1997, members were 56% of the workforce. By 2007, that number was 29%. After the global financial crisis in 2008, no members lost their jobs, but thousands of non-members did. As a result, members have gone up to 40% of the workforce simply because so many non-members were jettisoned from the organisation entirely, rather than because membership has actually been expanded. In a move that seems strange on its face, Mondragon has also opposed strikes and collective bargaining agreements from unions, sometimes banning them as a condition of joining. On paper, you wouldn't expect that from an organisation that is worker-owned and run. At most, you'd guess unions would become irrelevant, but they're being actively suppressed.
That's what I would think.
There have also been work to rule strikes at Mondragon over the past few decades, a sure sign that the institution has become rigid and unresponsive to the work.
And it just doesn't make sense to me. If everyone is a worker owner, who is even the union organizing for? But apparently there was enough inequality that they, at least some workers, felt they needed that sort of a backing, which is unfortunate to see, because that's supposed to be one of the main benefits of worker-owned cooperatives, is they do away with the need for collective bargaining, because everyone automatically has a seat at the table, and not just through a third-party proxy, but directly as a democratic voting member of a organization. So, Yeah, have to dig into that one later on a little bit more.
Workers. It could be argued that having non-members is a necessary consequence of expansion, as you have to cut costs and compete. But in Uruguay, which if you remember requires 5 out of 6 employees to be members by law, no such degeneration into conventional forms of employment has been observed. So perhaps some of these anti-labour practices are just bad policy choices rather than absolute necessities. Despite its problems, Mondragon still has a number of things to boast about. The majority of workers, members or otherwise, say they would rather work there than for a non-democratic organisation. As of 2014, the ratio of the highest to the lowest salary in Mondragon is about 20-1. This is a sizable ratio and far from its original ratio of 3-1, but it is still much lower than the average Spanish ratio of CEO to worker pay, which is 143-1.
Oh, and in the US can be, I don't know about on average, but at least for the largest companies, you know, even if you were to set aside the very large outliers like Amazon, it can be thousands of times to 1 for a large corporation. So yeah, 20-1 is relatively close together by comparison. Still, probably not where we want to end up. Even if we're wanting to compensate people differently based on the different levels of responsibility they have. I don't think that's I think 3-1 is, I mean, even that's a lot. I think 2-1 really should be the maximum, in my opinion. If for no other reason than nobody does 2 to 3 times as much work as any other worker. That's just not a thing that happens. There's just not that many hours in the day to accomplish that sort of thing. So unless you have only very part-time workers, and even then, at the rate that they're being compensated, it shouldn't be more than just a handful of times to the lowest paid worker.
In any case, Mondragon needs to evolve.
Indeed.
As Christensen points out, Mondragon's elections are not really competitive, since there is no party competition at each cooperative, a system Christensen likens to elections in China. Representatives do not bring radically different approaches or compete to attract workers, and changing this would help to make democracy more than just a fig leaf.
You bring up a good point too, Natalie. If you are cutting pay rather than benefits and eliminating jobs altogether, especially in countries such as the US, where health insurance is so often tied to employment, you're at least allowing people to keep their health insurance, which can be huge. I know plenty of people who could not survive without health insurance. They have to regularly take even things as basic as like insulin, but they still have to have that in order to be able to afford it. They have to have insurance in order to afford their insulin. So, you know, too long of being unemployed could be a death sentence to them. So that's another good point. Thank you, Natalie. And just one more point. You said that some of the words had been deleted. I had been deleting comments. So that may be what you're seeing there. Whenever I ban someone on Twitch, it'll delete all their comments. It also could just be in your settings. You can set Twitch to ban offensive language or not. So maybe you've changed that or something. So hope that helps.
Party competition for representatives is one idea for maintaining worker democracy at the corporate level, though it makes more sense in organisations that are already co-ops and therefore have elections at the level of the individual firm. Our second example is electing worker representatives directly to corporate boards, which can apply to all types of firms, including conventional ones. Board representation is often thought of as a compromise between the demands of competition and the interests of workers. Better integrating worker knowledge into the running of firms by having them on boards has long been a feature of many European social democracies. I've repeatedly stressed that the existing evidence on worker democracy isn't quite where we'd like it to be. There are few studies that manage to do away with all the messy confounders we've been worried about.
Hold on. I think I may have accidentally banned you from the chat overlay. Amazing Wolf Skeptic, when I was trying to ban the person who was saying those terrible things to you. Because I'm not seeing you. I see you show up in Twitch, but I don't see you show up on the chat overlay. So it looks like I have accidentally banned you. Let me, boy. I'm gonna have to go back and change that somehow. Sorry about that. I'll still be able to respond to your comments from Twitch. But yeah, I have never seen that bad of a troll in a long time. You are definitely right about that, Amazing Wolf Skeptic. Let's see. Boy, I may have to do it after the show, unfortunately. Let's see. Is there any way to manage that in here? Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, boy. Anyway. Sorry that your chat's not showing up on the main thing. I think I'm probably just going to have to modify that after. So, anyway, I apologize for that. Amazing Wolf Skeptic. But in my efforts to ban that troll who kept coming back, I think I accidentally banned you as well. Not from Twitch, but from the restream chat. I wonder if there's a way to get that back. If I toggle it on and off, maybe? Nope. Alright, we'll just have to continue on.
Throughout this video, early evidence on board representation suffered from a similar problem. However, unlike the results we've seen for worker co-ops, the literature was unable to reach a consensus, with different studies finding different effects of the practice on productivity and profitability. Two recent papers give us much more definitive evidence on the effects of worker board representation. One investigates the policy in Germany, where they partially abolished board representation. The other investigates it in Finland, where they introduced the policy. As we mentioned at the start of this video, your typical capitalist firm, shown on the right, has the shareholders elect a board who hire and supervise executives who in turn manage the workers. In the German variant, shown on the left, the workers elect a minority of the top-level board along with the shareholders. Germany has a reputation as being quite labour-friendly, and this policy, along with stronger unions and a bigger welfare state, is considered a major part of that. A paper by Jaeger et al. Uses a law change created as a last-minute compromise between different political parties. This meant that smaller firms created after the 10th of August 1994 were no longer required to have worker representatives. The number of workers on boards therefore dropped substantially compared to the older firms, which had to retain the policy. By comparing the older firms to the newer firms, the study found that worker representation did not seem to increase workers' wages, while it slightly increased the level of investment. Similar results were obtained in the study in Finland, where the policy of worker representation was introduced rather than partially abolished. Again, the effects of this on the outcomes we are interested in were small. Worker representation in Finland created a minor reduction in redundancy and firing and an increase in subjective job quality as judged by the workers. There were small increases in capital investment, firm survival, and productivity. Why are the effects from both Germany and Finland so small or even non-existent? The answer is simple. Minority worker representation is not a policy with much bite. In the Finland study, they included interviews with worker representatives who were clear about this.
Management has, in fact, already decided the course of action at the stage when I become aware of it. At that point, it is virtually impossible to influence the big lines anymore. Maybe you can say your words and negotiate on some details.
I have a feeling that I cannot influence the company's decisions. Things cannot be influenced before decisions are made. They are only information about decisions already made.
Historically, social democratic parties in Germany actually opposed minority board representation as giving too much away to the interests of capital. Knowledge sharing and worker-friendly policies are already features of both countries. Perhaps board representation is a reflection of a political environment with more cooperation between labour and capital, rather than a policy which has drastically shifted the relationship in favour of labour. Recall my original reasons for advocating worker democracy. 1. Workers can harness their collective knowledge to make the running of the firm more effective. 2. Workers can use their political power to make sure the organisation is run with their interests at heart. It seems that minority board representation only manages the first of these at best, and it illustrates the limits of worker participation without sufficient worker power. Going back to the undercover boss, the show culminates in them changing policies and gifting individuals they met during their time as a worker. The idea is that because of their exposure to the workers, the boss will now implement better policies, not unlike the rationale of minority board representation of workers. Television is television, but I'm always struck by how stingy and individualistic the bosses end up being with their gifts. They tend to shy away from structural changes, preferring to give the workers they met a holiday, while the broader solutions they do offer are limited at best.
It is tough to do this job with back pain. You'll see a lot of people hobbling around on the ramp, whether they've got busted knees or busted backs, but you know, you just keep on trudging.
What I'm going to do is arrange for a physiotherapist to be at the hub twice a week to begin with.
Wow.
We'll see what the demand is like. So
the guys would really appreciate that.
Will they?
Hey dickhead, why don't you reduce the amount each worker is expected to deliver in a given time? Maybe by hiring more workers? You know, stop the back pain from occurring in the first place, instead of slapping a plaster on what is a chronic and debilitating condition. One more, which is my favourite, as this is the only thing the boss gives this woman, who he clearly doesn't like.
It's pretty clear to me that you need a team of people that will break the rules that you are currently constrained by. What I'm going to propose is that I send you off to the reputedly land of customer service excellence. You go across to Phoenix, Arizona, where our call centre is there, for a few days. Bring back some ideas.
That's really nice.
Alright, I think this guy was particularly stingy even by the standards of the show. In summary, workers need proper political power, just not...
Okay, sorry. Amazing Wealth Skeptic, I'm working on unbanning you from the Restream chat. I do apologize again for that mistake, but in the meantime, I'm going to have to just look at your comments from Twitch itself and see what you have to say. Oh man, you've been saying a whole lot too. I feel so bad. No, I don't currently have any mods. You know, in fact, you've demonstrated yourself to be a good faith actor. Would you like to be a mod in this chat? I would definitely feel comfortable having you as that. But I don't, other than my wife, who doesn't always have time to listen in. I don't have any. All right, here you go. You are... How do I add you as a mod? There we go. So you're now a mod. So please, you know, go easy on the bans and stuff, but if anyone like that person keeps coming in, don't even hesitate. You don't even have to ask me. I didn't mean... See, I banned you from Restream. You can ban people from showing up on Restream without it banning you from any of the places you're streaming to. And Restream is not good on telling you how to undo that, but I'm actively looking for it. I really do apologize, but I was trying to ban that person who you know was making a nasty joke about your name, and so had a similar name, and I must have just accidentally banned you from Restream. Okay, here we go. How do you unban people in Restream chat? Oh, stop it. I don't need notifications, Reddit. Thank you. Cool. Oh, so I can just... No, but that's not... If the name gets added to the list of banned... The name gets added to the list of banned words, and the way to fix that is just erase the name from the list. Interesting. Let's see if we can find the list of... How do we find the list of banned words? That's the next question. Yeah. Restream list of unbanned words. Oh, I don't have much time to finish this video either. I really got to be done by 9. let's see if we can quickly find that. Let's see. Split up duties, set rules, block certain words. I'm going to have to do that, which is unfortunate, but after tonight, jeez. He also says on Twitch you can do that. No, but I want it on Restream itself. That doesn't help. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. Chat moderation tool. I don't know. I may just have to figure it out after the stream's over. I really do apologize. Yeah, so you got the sword now, which makes you an official mod. Thank you for stepping up, and I really, again, once more, apologize for everything you've been through, including accidentally being banned. This is... what does this star do? I don't know what the star does either. Some things are really great about Restream. It's really easy to get set up and get going, but it's the nitty-gritty stuff that really doesn't come through very easily. So I can try going to settings. Okay. Well, we can ban that guy too. That's the end of that guy. It's just not. Maybe if I take it off, I can unban people. I really don't know. I'll have to mess around with it after the fact, which sucks. I wish I could figure out how to do it right now, but I've exhausted all the obvious options.
Knowledge sharing and exposing bosses to their plight is not enough. Representation of workers on corporate boards is certainly fine and doesn't seem to produce negative consequences, but it should be boosted to majority representation to have more of an impact. Ironically, Mondragon could probably use this policy too, but then they'd have to stop suppressing workers. We'll note majority board representation down as entry number 4 in our bag of policies. I'd also be willing to accept minority representation as a stepping stone in countries that currently have none. Throughout this video, I've put 4 types of policy into the policy bag for expanding worker democracy realistically and pragmatically. Number 1, expansion of funding and law changes to encourage the formation of worker co-ops, learning from successful examples such as those in France, Italy, and Uruguay. Number 2, expansion of community-led efforts which include and encourage worker co-ops, as well as complementary organizations like credit unions through funding, education, and awareness. Number 3, expansion of share options in firms in combination with participation, especially in countries which already use share-based policies more, like the UK, US, and Japan. Finally, majority worker representation on corporate boards, especially in countries which already have minority representation like Germany and Finland. I've been over some of the benefits and especially the lack of clear drawbacks of worker democracy, as well as some of the holes in our knowledge and the challenges it faces. It seems clear to me that worker democracy can grant voice, employment stability, and greater pay equality to workers. There are definitely challenges, and worker democracy will struggle more in some industries than others, which is why its expansion should be gradual and accompanied by numerous forms of support, both from the state and from communities. However, there is a much more powerful critique of worker democracy out there, not as a bad idea in itself, but as a policy which is insufficient to achieve a good standard of living for the population. Simply put, if you're not a worker, then worker democracy won't do much for you. And approximately half of all people are not workers. Children, the retired, the sick and disabled, carers and homemakers, and the unemployed will not benefit directly from firms being worker-owned and run, since those firms have no natural obligation to help them. These groups therefore need to be supported by other means, most notably welfare. Another reason worker co-ops do not eliminate the need for redistribution is that although they reduce inequality within firms, they cannot do so between firms. Inequalities between firms can be huge, leading to pay disparities just as high or higher than the ones we've seen between CEO and worker. This remains true even if all firms are worker-owned and managed. Inequality across industries and regions was a key feature of the market socialist Yugoslavian economy, for example. Worker democracy therefore needs to be combined with redistribution to reduce inequality, plus free stuff to ensure a good standard of living for non-workers, which I just might have to make another video about one day. There are plenty more problems that worker democracy will not solve on its own, like environmental degradation or bigotry.
Right.
There is no reason to believe that if Shell were worker-owned, it would be any more environmentally friendly. If a worker...
No, you know, I brought up that same sort of example. If a coal company is worker-owned, it still makes its money from polluting the environment and adding more carbon and you know, putting its waste in rivers and so on and so forth. Worker cooperatives will being a good step forward from a social justice point of view is not a panacea, and I don't think it should even be considered an end goal, but more just that next stepping stone towards an entire organization of society that revolves around equity, equality, democracy, and liberty, really. People having the most liberty they can in their personal lives, which means not taking that away from others at the same time. The thing that one little caveat that so-called anarcho-capitalists or you know, right-wing libertarians never quite seem to understand, that if you have the freedom to exploit other people, that means other people that you're exploiting have less freedom. So you can't really be an anarchist or a libertarian. You can't believe in the most freedom if it's freedom for some but not for others. That just kind of definitionally doesn't make sense. But yeah, almost done here. We really got to finish it up.
The co-op were established in a time and place where people were sexist and racist, then the co-op would itself be sexist and racist.
Oh, and by the way, Amazing Wolf Skeptic, I managed to unban you finally. It was not difficult, or it was difficult to figure out how to do, but you should be able to show up in the restream chat again. So I sincerely apologize, but your stuff will now show up again.
Possibly even exacerbated by strong in-group tendencies. Worker democracy is just one piece of the puzzle. With all this said, there is plenty of room for enthusiasm and optimism. Worker democracy is currently operating in an environment which may be inhospitable to it. Mondragon, for example, suffers from competing on the international market with corporations which are not democratically governed and so which may compete more ruthlessly on cost, especially labour costs. Spanish law has also changed in recent decades to be more favourable to conventional limited liability companies, which illustrates the importance of legal context. As mentioned earlier, worker co-ops in Uruguay suffer from a brain drain as well-paid workers leave to better-paying capitalist firms.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yet, as worker co-ops and other forms of co-op expand, things may well get easier for new ones as they do not suffer from as much competition with capitalist firms. Existing co-ops may lead by example. Canadian studies generally report that help from existing cooperative organisations was vital in helping them establish themselves. The peak of this is in Italy, where, as we saw, co-ops help fund social services. I've repeatedly emphasised that co-ops are a selected sample, and the fact that people in worker co-ops may be different to those in conventional firms, but, to repeat a cliche, people can change. One study found that people in all types of co-ops, that's consumer, supplier, worker and more, report that their work has made them trust others more. I'm cautiously optimistic that exposing workers to a different institutional environment will create a workforce and economy that is more cooperative and less competitive. Worker democracy is not going to solve every problem we have, and the path to establishing it as a norm will be slow and uncertain. But there are plenty of reasons to be for it, and despite some challenges, few clear reasons to be against it. People should have a degree of control over and participation in their lives. Those with power, whether in government or in private organisations, should be elected and accountable to the people they have power over. This is a basic principle of democracy, and really all we're talking about is extending this to the economic sphere.
Absolutely.
It will bring benefits to workers with no insurmountable issues for firms and the economy as a whole. Based on the existing evidence, my conclusion is that worker democracy is definitely worth a try. Thanks for listening to this video on worker democracy, everybody. I hope I made an honest assessment of the evidence. I think that almost every study I've seen points to some benefits or certainly no drawbacks of it. So there was basically no reason I could see from what I read that worker democracy wouldn't work out in practice. But, you know, I'd be happy to see if there's any more literature, anything that I've missed. If you think there is, then let me know in the comments. Anyway, thanks to my patrons, my long-suffering patrons who are very patient with me as I put together these obscenely long videos. And, you know, please sign up to Patreon. I am thinking about...
All right. So there you have it. Man, that was a really great video. Unlearning Economics. Incredibly thoughtful channel. Always have appreciated the stuff they put out. Yeah, it seems like on balance, even though there are some struggles and some things to some challenges to overcome, especially in countries such as the US, where there's not a lot of legal protection or incentive to create a worker-owned cooperative. It still seems to overall have benefits. And definitely be something, a road worth going down. We really got way too derailed by that troll who just kept coming back as recently as a few seconds ago. So in the future, I guess we're just going to have more mods who can help me manage that sort of thing. And now if you are watching this video and you have your own channel and you're just getting going and you're maybe not as well known in leftist Twitch yet, and you'd like to raid into me, you're just going to have to tell me ahead of time, and then I can make sure to follow you. And I'm always happy to follow the work of anyone who, you know, is doing good leftist content. But I had to change those settings because of that troll. So he's managed to take something from us, unfortunately, but we will persevere and continue on building this community of people who are actually interested in learning about the world around us and what it could be. So what a just amazing, well-researched, well thought out, well laid out video by Unlearning Economics. And I thank you all for joining me tonight. Now's the time in the show. We're going to raid into another Twitch streamer for all of you who are joining me on Twitch. So if you have anyone you'd like to throw out as someone to raid into, yeah, quite honest as well. He definitely put in the entire picture of things. He did not just look at only the rosy parts of it. So I really appreciated that. And it still came out looking good. You know, this whole conception of things. I'll go ahead and put that away for right now. Oops, that's the opposite of what I wanted to do. There we go. All right. So yeah, if you have someone you'd like me to raid into in Twitch, now's the time to shout that out. Otherwise, I will just find someone who is on right now. Hey, Radical Maniac. I have not raided into them for quite some time. So that looks like an obvious good person to help out. Let's see. Who is talking about stuff that we are chatting about? Who would be a good fit? So I think Radical Maniac talking about politics is probably going to be my choice for today, unless anyone else has a suggestion. So, seeing none, we're going to raid into Radical Maniac. Please join me on the raid. Definitely helps my standing in the leftist community if you do that. So first we will shout out their entire channel for those of you who are not watching this on Twitch so that you can follow at least one really cool leftist. I don't know. They say they're streaming on politics. I'm not quite sure. Looks like they're doing some music stuff, perhaps. But maybe it's political music. I don't know yet. Capitalism is obsolete. Definitely like that sort of thing. So here you go. Here's Radical Maniac for those of you not following on Twitch, or for those of you watching this video at a later date. That's how you can find them. And we'll begin the raid shortly. Thank you all for joining me tonight. We made it through. We didn't lose our minds. And we showed the chuds the door time and time again. So, I'm very happy that those of you who I've come to like in this community maintained your composure and, you know, dealt with really horrible people with, you know, appropriateness and grace, I guess. I guess that's the way to put it. Anyway. So let's start the raid now. And next Wednesday, I hope you'll join me for the next couple chapters in the ABC of Anarchy, also known as What is Anarchist Communism by Alexander Berkman. That'll be 6 p.m. Central Standard Time on this upcoming Wednesday. Hope to see you there. Okay.